1745 here, and we are getting started now with the stream. Very nice. Everything seems to be running well. No audio feedback. We should be live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right now. Live on all of those. See how it's going here. And good to have you here, Arno. Can you do me a quick favor and look to see if we are live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch? You know, you don't have to jump right to it, but just let me know when you get a chance. And also, I'm hoping that after the stream is completed, that you can get on Discord with me and we can start dealing with well, yeah, I don't have the stream keys for Facebook, so after this stream is done, maybe you can help me with getting that set up for Facebook. And hello, Lum, as well, today after the stream, if you can. Then we will see about streaming to Facebook as well for tomorrow's stream. Well, okay. Let's see about making an episode here. America getting ready to conquer the world. Hello, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, continuing my playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2, playing as the United States of America. Now, longtime viewer Lalas from Greece, hi Lalas, wanted to have a look at the United States Navy as it currently is. So we will do that. I do believe a key element here for the United States is, in World War II, is the Navy. Wait, did I hear right? Conquer the world. Are you doing it? No, not total conquest. Not that, but, you know, let's see. I would say it was the U.S. and its minor allies conquer all of the world but the Soviet Union. I would say that is, hello, Toyjet. They conquer everything but that. You know, conquer Japan. Yeah. Soviet Union exists. They conquer sort of Manchukuo. And 1945, most of China, except for Manchuria, is in nationalist hands, which are, you know, an ally, a minor ally. Yeah, okay, we don't quite conquer nationalist Spain, but Italy, Germany, and their puppets, Japan. Not like you conquest unless you take direct control over it. Hello, Greg. Good to have you here. Well, of course, the U.S. has no desire to conquer the world. Of course, if you include the Soviet Union, and I agree it's a different faction, but if you were to include the Soviet Union, they do conquer the, you know, the Allies conquer the world, but the Western Allies conquer everything, own everything, functionally, except for the Soviet Union at the end of World War II. I would say that's a, then again, who wants to conquer Spain? Yeah, Spain is a pain after all. Well, Spain, I understand, is a very, very lovely place. Maybe a bit of a pain to try to rule. I don't know. I didn't think you needed that, but you're an administrator there. Yeah, I don't know. Arno, I just haven't looked yet. Maybe I don't need your help, but we can check that out later. maybe I can do it all on my own. Talking about being able to stream live to Facebook as well. So yeah, it's okay. So, and like as Lawless said, we have. I did pull up a listing just to see how accurate these are of the U.S. Navy strengths in the night. Well, different periods, but I have what's highlighted here in the 1930s. So in 1937, the U.S. had 15 battleships, according to this. 15 carriers. Well, 36 it says that we have 4, and then it has 3 and 37 with an at sign after it. So maybe something, I don't know why it went down by 1. Cruisers 27, destroyers 111, submarines 52, mine warfare 30, patrol 22, auxiliary 75. Rigid airships, we had lost all of ours by that point. So 153 surface warships. Just think of, no, thank you. We need them. So yeah, so we have a very large training squadron here on the East Coast out of Philadelphia, and we also have some submarine squadrons here down here in Norfolk. We have heavy cruiser squadron, another heavy cruiser squadron, destroyer squadron. Okay, we have the Langley and some seaplane tenders. Langley, of course, is an aircraft carrier, very, very early one. Some transports. Okay, we have the Ranger, much better aircraft carrier than the Langley. Battleships New York, Arkansas, and Texas. Battleships are named after states, so well, they could have up to 48 of them in World War II, because we only had 48 states back then. And some heavy cruisers, light cruisers, part of that group, some independent. Okay, that's going back over there, through those again. That's what's on the East Coast currently. And so these, I believe, were, because they're not connected to anything, the 5 long-range submarines that were in production to start of the game. And down here in Oceanside, I don't know why they put it in Oceanside, but the main naval base at this time, my understanding, is San Diego on the West Coast. Bunch of destroyers and long-range submarines, more destroyers and more destroyers. Okay, lots of destroyers. And gotta find it way out here down in Honolulu Harbor. We have the Oklahoma, the Tennessee, the California, the Idaho, Mississippi, New Mexico, West Virginia, Colorado, Maryland, Lexington, and Saratoga. Carriers, some light cruisers, submarines, more submarines, and the Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Tennessee, California. Yeah. Okay, now we're starting to Idaho. So these are our main battleship group here, and a couple of DDs here. Do we have any? Yes, we have submarine command out here. We have the Asiatic Fleet. Now, at this time, the Asiatic Fleet is also, and it's really just once it is also very much serving in China. Some elements are literally deep in China, up the Yangtze River and others. Oh, do we have? I probably don't have that open. Historical battle plans. Black Ice Geo. Yeah, there we go. So we have the Yangtze. We can see it down here. Hello, deep sea tanker. Good to have you here. Very good. So, yeah, the U.S. fleet, the Asiatic fleet, was, I presume, headquartered out of the Philippines, but very much involved with the sort of Chinese situation as well. And that's a lot of the reason it was there. Now, I think, well, let's organize these into a little better fleets here. All the battleships are in three ship divisions. What we're going to do is change this up a bit. We're going to add a carrier to one of them here. And we're going to, I don't know, Nimitz is definitely the best of these that I know. King, he's, I think, ends up in Washington, if I'm not mistaken, for most of the war. So now we have a situation where we have these battleships will not be caught without carrier protection, because units don't always move at the same speed here. I'm trying not to do huge death stacks. They have negatives, but then again, they also do have overwhelming power. So we have that now. Let's put in 2 light cruisers in with these. Now what we need to do also is get some destroyers for anti-submarine operations. These are most likely Clemson class. Wicks class is what they're calling them here. Okay, that's a Clemson class. Wicks, I think, is after the Clemson. No, probably not. I don't know. Yeah, by the DD numbers, it's probably not. Clemsons are the the largest number of class that the U.S. have, I do believe, until the Fletchers, which are not the best in War Thunder as destroyers for the America, but I think the best destroyers of the war. Because they do almost everything that a destroyer is supposed to do reasonably well. It's not that they do everything. They're like, there's definitely American destroyers that have much, because we can see the picture here of the Clemson. They don't have the Fletchers yet. They have destroyers that have much better gunnery on them, and other capabilities that are better than the Fletchers. But the Fletchers, they do anti-aircraft rather well. They do anti-submarine rather well. They've got a good complement of torpedoes. They do small ship actions, use their guns against other ships rather well. Good radars, all that kind of stuff. So that makes them out to be fairly damn good. I'm sure you'll be able to find, okay, these are Wicks. Okay, well, these all Wicks? No. Okay, let's get, I'm gonna try to get them the same. I think the 200 and higher. So that gives us a bunch of Clemson-class destroyers. Enough? I don't know, but a decent amount to put along as these current escorts for our main two divisions. We're organizing this up. Divisions are basically like I don't know how much lecture history. Okay. The division, as we think of it as a thing, really starts in the Napoleonic Wars and by the French army, Napoleon's army. Prior to that, you very well may make a division of the army. And I don't mean this, an army as in a, not like the army, meaning like everybody in the ground forces military, but an army, so in a war you may have a nation, France or whatever, have 3 or 4 armies in the field, one down near the Italian border, one down near the Spanish border, and one sort of at the German border, and one sort of, up at the, the Low Countries border, I guess we'll call it, because this is before Belgium was created. I'm thinking, the Spanish Netherlands or whatever, sort of one over here, have these different armies. So that's what I'm talking about. You would, at times, moving an army, split it into divisions, so that they're not all marching down the one road, as it were, literally. And of course, you would have generals in charge of the different divisions, with the intention that in a major battle, they would come together as a single army. There definitely was the idea of a brigadier general, in which would command brigades made up of battalions and or regiments, depending on the army and how they organize things up, multiples of them, and generals would command that element. So move your brigade around. But divisions really start by Napoleon, and they were specifically being set up. I know I'm talking about the Navy here, and why am I talking about Napoleon in the very early 19th century? Hello, Song Tung, how you doing? Well, so Napoleon, is definitely with the idea of trying to move forces, moving the Grande Armée that was set up to invade England, but for somehow ended up being destroyed in Moscow. Trying to form, instead of moving this army along one road, this huge army, probably the best army Europe had ever seen, though the most advanced would have been the earlier Austrian army, but it wasn't as good an army. Instead of trying to just move it down one road is too big, split it apart, but trying to not just randomly split up, a group of brigades here and a group of brigades there and whatnot into divisions, trying to actually create because it was so big, to create a semi-permanent, it's later on that it becomes a more permanent thing, a division of the army that would have a main infantry, battalion section, but with a reasonable amount of supporting artillery and a reasonable amount of supporting cavalry for reconnaissance, for screening their flanks, for making cavalry charges in battle, so that it was a coherent unit that it wasn't quite like we think of the modern, 10th Division or whatever, like we would name it today, but a force that would also train and fight together as a division once it gets onto the battlefield, potentially. We can definitely see that that is not the way Napoleon's army fights at Waterloo. It is not fighting, he is not moving divisions around. There's some marching, counter-marching, dealing with that. That's sort of it. But mostly it's like putting the artillery here, having mass cavalry charges, as opposed to saying having a division move up around over here with its supporting artillery, with its supporting cavalry. No, he's breaking that whole idea down. It's not being done. Waterloo is not being fought by combined arms divisions, if you will, in any shape of the thing, as far as I can tell. Can't wait for the U.S. Well, we're working on the playthrough. Let's bring torch of democracy to the world. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Hello, Sports Shub TV. You're a bot there that I don't know if Arno's going to create. Tired, nasty rain last night. Fell quicker than drains could carry. Heavy rain, eh? My apartment is slightly lower than the ground level, so it started. Uh-oh, that's not sounding good, Greg. Yeah, I remember living in Britain and often having, I didn't live in them, but definitely lived in places, stayed a few nights in, 19th century townhouses that have a floor below street level. And I could see how that could flood there. Thanks, Arno. So with the idea of a, so we're forming the idea of a division, of a combined arms formation larger than a battalion or regiment. Those are, depending on the army, either a same thing or a different thing, that would fight and train together and be under one commander for a while, and he would know his division. Well, that's the idea with in 20th century, we'll call it, naval combat. These, and I know they're still we're calling it the battleship division. It's meant to be something that the ships would be something that could be commanded by one person, could be managed in the sense of supply allocation, for you have easily hundreds of men on, a destroyer has 100+ men on it. Battleships can have 1,000 men on it. Or a carrier can have 1,000 men on it. So, I don't quite know the manning numbers on a lot of these, but they're in the hundreds. So supplying them, commanding them, supplying them, and training them together. And they would work out and train up. And so you wouldn't want the way the Navy was going to fight these ships. You wouldn't train the cruisers with the battleships, and you would because the battleships, and I don't know how much naval warfare, and it's sort of hard without good graphical aids to try to get into it. But normally you would form up the battleships in a line of battle, and they would stay in their line of battle, and they would operate together, and the cruisers and destroyers would do their duties around that, and then they would train together. So, and of course the carriers, you try to keep them entirely out of any surface battles, outside of the range of any enemy guns. And so you would have the situation, like of 3 battleships, one admiral commanding three of them, and then you'd have an admiral overall in command of the fleet. And the admiral would pass his orders on. And so it's like, if radio communication by World War II becomes the way, more or less, their commanding units in action. Now we can see that is very much not always the case. The Japanese fleet that leaves, I forget where, is it Yokosuka or somewhere in Japan, that to strike at Honolulu, goes all, not, well, from Japan to Hawaii, radio silent. So they, to the best of my knowledge, they do not communicate because they're so worried about having their location known. It's believed that simply the mass Japanese fleet leaving port and heading east would either be taken as a declaration of war, or if not quite that, enough to put the fleet at Pearl Harbor on notice, and it would sally forth and get out of the harbor and be unable to be surprise attacked, because where the hell is it? You might not be able to even literally find it. So they're doing all of that with no radio contact. So they're having to use signal flags to communicate. And there is, throughout the whole period, through to the end of the war, concerns of the effectiveness of radio communications. The U.S. are able to do radio, everything that I've read, very effectively, but is it possible that they could be jammed? Well, radio communications were jammed at times. I don't know if so much dealing with fleets, but radio jamming is a thing. So they were looking for a size and unit and training that one guy would be standing on the bridge of one of these ships and raise signal flags and have the other two ships see the flags and obey the orders. So that's how they were training to fight. So that's why they're doing the divisions. Again, why I'm changing this up is because as I'm sending these fleets out, I don't want one fleet to end up in a naval sea sector here without support. Like run into a bunch of submarines or something, or run into enemy carrier activities. So I very well may order 3 or 4 divisions, we'll call them, to go to some place at some point, and hopefully that they'll all be in the battle. But just because I don't want to too micromanage it down once you get it going, to make sure make sure that the destroyers show up at the same time as the battleships show up, at the same time as light cruisers show up, with various speed elements here. When they redid the U.S. and took away factory gear ups, they also took away resources. That's why I mentioned last week, you need all the money you can get, right? For 200 or for 20K, you can choose to get one of the big boosts for the base of resources of the province. Okay, well, I'm taking your advice and doing some more trading up to try to get more money to be able to do that. Once it comes, and yeah, I have not played, any U.S. this is as far as I've ever gotten in the U.S. of any version of Hoi 3. So I know we haven't moved any time, but I had Lawless. If you're a loyal viewer like Lawless, you get, if you make a request. Okay, I think, okay, well, we should probably send, okay, the CV or AV3, the Langley. Let's see. Does it say? It doesn't have any CAG size 1. Okay, so we should get it a CAG it is the first real U.S. carrier. We should not be using the Langley as a fleet carrier. It's going to be doing other operations. So, yeah, let's send over this heavy cruiser group. We'll probably split it. Now, the U.S. Well, the U.S. is during this time period, and we do see some of it here. We will get into producing some of these. Oh, and cruisers are named after cities, generally speaking. There may be exceptions to it, where destroyers, I believe, are mostly named after people. But battleships are states, cruisers are cities, destroyers, I think, are generally people. I don't know if there's a more of a rule than that. Now, the Brooklyn class, light cruisers as they are here, and they are light cruisers. They are, I will say, heavy cruisers in all but name. There was a, because of the London Naval Treaties that you've seen popped up here, there were limitations, by treaty limitations, basically with Japan, but also Britain and France, as to the size of the Navy and how much tonnage it could have, but also certain ships, and not types, not just because you call something a heavy cruiser or a light cruiser, but it's based on gun caliber. And so the Brooklyn class light cruisers are the same hull. I forget what the class is that it's larger here, is the same as the heavy cruiser and has the same armor, I do believe, as the heavy cruiser does. It just has 6-inch guns and 5 turrets of them instead of 3 turrets of 8-inch guns. So they don't have the penetration weight going through heavy armor that a heavy cruiser would have, but they have massive heavy gunnery in volume of fire, and they're very, very good at what they do. After the Japanese attack U.S., there will be many events which will give the U.S.A. most resources per day in the world. Energy, metals, nearly. Okay, very good to know. Song Tung. Beginning, they don't have. Yeah. Well, we right now, of course, we have massive everything, but just about everything. And here, what my strategy is as you can see here, is just trying to build up U.S. industry now until basically in the beginning of 39, and that's when I want to start putting the ships into production. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, and I do thank Greg and Son here for their tips. Because we're going to need a lot of naval power. No, we're not giving you money. We're not giving you money. Because we're going to plan on operating against the Japanese, the Germans, in places like the Mediterranean, as well as the North Sea, coming after the Germans, as well as, what do we have down here? Oh, we have a few destroyers down in Panama. No, we're not buying fuel. No, just pre-calculated artillery. Okay. That, I believe, is down here. Yep, we'll let that continue. These islands are a little big on the map. The Galapagos. Yeah, that's like larger than the Hawaiian Islands. They're tiny. I mean, they're all of them combined are smaller than something like that island out of the Hawaiian Islands. They're tiny. Okay. Export of aluminum to the Soviet Union. Gain money. Okay. We probably don't need to worry about it, but I do want to just check both how much. Okay, we got surplus and air build speed. Well, we're not doing any air build, and we don't need speed on that. We can do that. So let's trade. That'll get us some more of the money that we want to stock up on, and hopefully help the Soviet Union. Gold mining, that will help our money too as well. Now as well, don't we? Okay, armor design, light armor designs. The U.S., of course, during this time period, is basing its national defense on naval power. Okay, how do I put this? And I'll there was an Army general from the Army Air Corps, and it was very much the Army Air Corps at the time, not the Air Force, named Billy Mitchell. He is like most all generals, a World War I veteran. He is a strong advocate for air power. He believes that not that naval power is useless, but he believes naval power is impotent and 100% vulnerable to air power. He thinks they set up a demonstration of a bombing attacks, and I'm going this from memory. Bombing attacks on a German battleship, World War I German battleship that the U.S. got after World War I. They're just sitting there as a target ship, nobody on it. He's told to fly really high over it and drop. I'm sure I'm getting some details wrong. Drop a certain weight of bomb on it. Well, he instructs the pilot to fly lower and has the bigger bomb, and so he sinks this German battleship. Boom, glug 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 glug, down. Because he believes, and not so much that the air power, and this is, I believe, in the 1920s. Not that the air power of that day necessarily, but the coming air power is going to make battleships in particular obsolete, and national defense based upon the Navy obsolete. Not that, again, because you hit carriers and you'll still need to have some escort abilities, but he believes that air power will rule the day. Unlike maybe ground forces, that the air power will be heavily influential, but ground forces can dig themselves in and are harder to spot than ships sitting on top of the ocean, that kind of thing. And he is, because of this, it pisses a lot of people off. And again, I don't know all the details of it. You can look them up on Wikipedia to find out more details. But he openly criticizes higher command in basically, I guess, open letters or letters to the newspaper, something like this. And for this, he is court-martialed. Because in the Uniform Code of Military Justice for the United States military, what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to publicly criticize commanding officers, kind of thing. I don't know the exact regulations, and it's not, it's to maintain order and discipline within the military. You're not supposed to be a captain going around and saying the major, sucks. The major can't do anything. Undermining the confidence of the soldiers in higher command. You're not supposed to do that, and that's perfectly reasonable, perfectly acceptable regulations, because you need to have proper order in your military command. But Mitchell comes out and, in essence, does that. But he doesn't do it at a time of war. He doesn't do it at a time of national crisis. And he is... Yeah, and I don't remember exactly what he, because I don't know. I've never read his exact statements. I have seen the movie based on it, and I get the gist of what his... he has criticized to some degree the competence of military leadership, but it's as much for being out of date as it is for, or as much or more for being out of date as it is for unable to do their normal jobs. Meaning the world's changed, you idiots. You got to get with the times, kind of thing. And he's court-martialed for this, for doing this so very, very publicly. Meaning it's printed in newspapers, that kind of thing. And he's court-martialed. And he is convicted in his court-martial. But not unanimously. And supposedly somebody does find the paper and did note it later when it came out. General MacArthur was one of the officers on the jury, if you will, for the court-martial. His vote was not to convict him. Supposedly, that's what MacArthur said, and somebody had corroborated that did get a look at the papers after they had been thrown away. Who wrote down, who was for conviction or who wasn't. And it was on five accounts of this thing, and he was court-martialed. And he wasn't dismissed from service. He was, basically, it was like, I forget if it's like 5 or 10 years without pay. And the president makes it just like to half pay or something like that, and reduces the sentence. But Billy Mitchell leaves resigns from the service at some point after this. And I would have to agree. It's come to proven basically everything that Billy Mitchell said turned out to be true. So all of his criticisms were correct. And he wasn't even being tried for his criticisms. He was being tried for doing so publicly. So it wasn't on whether were you right or were you wrong. It's just you shouldn't have done it publicly. Well, he had to do it publicly because he had already done it privately, and no one paid attention to him. And if you don't expose the flaws of national defense, they won't be exposed until you're attacked. But I would have to say the conditions and settings, it maybe not been great for, it's in essence, and it functionally was a career-ending move, as long as the people that he criticized are in power. But it's not I think it's appropriate, because if you've got, and this we see now today in the U.S. Army and other armies, you often have 5 or 10 or 100 former generals have written a letter saying that we shouldn't, we shouldn't abandon this type of weapon system, or we shouldn't abandon bases overseas, or whatever it is. But you never hear the generals in current service criticize policies. And this is policies. Not, I'm talking, and that's what I'm talking about is policies, not talking about criticizing competency. There's a different things for competency. And I wish, because I know that there are generals that are serving that have severe disagreements over policies, whether I agree with them or not. I wish they would come out and resign, but as part of their resignation letter, openly explain why they are resigning. So it doesn't mean that they resigned and then they're mad, so they criticize the high command because they're no longer an officer. No, this is why I'm resigning, because I won't serve under, national defense policies, and that's what I'm talking about here. And I'm thinking a lot about what's going on regards to Ukraine and various nations. Arno's here. Hello, Eric. I don't think I said hello to you. And hello, Sonic Kiddo. Good to have you here. Great. You're gonna hopefully watch all of the series here. And I know I'm branching off in the modern stuff. The Netherlands are giving some of their Panzerhaubitsen 2000 to Ukraine. What? The Netherlands are giving the most advanced artillery system in the world, I believe, or if not the most advanced, in the top 2 or 3 advanced artillery systems in the world that are actually, deployed. I'm not talking about the U.S. experimental program that got canceled, to the Ukrainians. Now, I know about 10 years ago they were trying to sell these things. and no one was buying them because they're expensive. But so they decided now to give them to Ukraine. And they were selling them before because the Netherlands didn't think they needed them. They're keeping a few of them. Like, who's going to invade the Netherlands? And so they're giving these weapons to Ukrainians. Well, yay! Give the weapons to Ukrainians. Now I hope the idea that the Germans were going to train, because they're German-made systems. Germans were going to train the Ukrainians. Probably they speculate inside of Poland before driving them across the border into Ukraine on how to use them. Yay! But I suspect. I mean that's all yay, and that's all cool. But I suspect. The Netherlands hasn't made an order. Well, okay, Rheinmetall, because I believe they're made by Rheinmetall. We're going to order another 12 of these. We're giving 12 to Ukraine right now because they need them. But we're going to order 12 replacements that, well, yeah, take a couple of years to get them, but we'll get some replacements in. So, 2 years from now, we'll have replacements, and they'll live, there'll be new equipment. They'll live on for another 40 or 50 years. See, I think it's not the problem that they're giving equipment to Ukraine. I don't think they're going to replace equipment, because I'm seeing enough, particularly Western European nations, giving up equipment and things and not thinking they're going to need them. Yes, they gave them, and the Germans are trained them. We're giving them. We are giving them kind of perhaps us Dutch. Okay. Oh, Kiddo's Dutch also. Cool. So you see, I have no problem with them arming Ukrainians. That is not the criticism. It's, are they planning on replacing the arms? I know, and they had already more or less had decided, I think, on the Poles had decided on going with the M1 Abrams. The U.S., we have lots of M1 Abrams. We keep the production facilities going just because we don't want to shut them down, but we've got lots of M1 Abrams sitting around. And in both major configurations, as in U.S. and I think Australia use them in this configuration with the depleted uranium armor packs, and then the export versions, the versions that we've sold to Egypt or given to Iraq, the export versions of the system. So I don't know what Poland's getting the sort of good U.S. versions or the export versions of the Abrams. They're getting Abrams, and I don't know if they're going to pay for them as much as they had planned on it. But the Poles are giving, supposedly giving their older Soviet era or Russian era, whatever you want to call them, tanks to Ukraine as replacements. So they're they might be more vulnerable for the next few years until they get their new tanks and train up on them. It's not just training the drivers and the gunners, but training the maintenance people and the whole system getting it. So they might have a temporary vulnerability period, but they're definitely looking at a longer thing of, we're giving up old aircraft, or we're giving up older tanks to go to Ukraine, but they are getting replacements. I think Lockheed recently said, I know I saved the thing, recently said their production schedule on the NLAW systems that they're using in Ukraine is 6,000 a year. Okay, so they can only make 6,000 of them a year at current production levels. I say it that way because you could always, they work 8 hours a day, force them to work 12 hours a day or something, make it like super overtime kind of stuff, 24/7, but under current production there's like 6,000 of them a year, or roughly, they can make. So if you're shooting up 6,000, I'm not saying they are shooting up, but if you're shooting 6,000 of them in a month in Ukraine, or 3,000 or 1,000 of them a month in Ukraine, if they're shooting 1,000 NLAWs a month in Ukraine, in 6 months you're going to use up all the NLAW production for the entire world. So you can't produce it faster than that. So you have to keep issues like that in mind when you're making policies. And that's sort of, and I, and the German head of the German military, not the, defense minister, who's a woman who's never been in the military. Again, and Tinky, who's often hanging out around the channel, who is a woman and was a member of the German military, is letting me in on some of this stuff. It's not I'm criticizing because she's a woman. I'm criticizing them because the last 3 defense ministers in Germany had no military experience as far as she could understand, and she looked into it. So for me, just knew about it and informed me on it. So it's not that I'm saying women can't be good defense ministers, but you're getting somebody who's a defense minister who's never been in any military. Now, see, in America, you might be more appropriate to have a defense minister who, say, is in the Navy, because Navy is forward-thinking for America's defense versus ground forces. That's why I say the military, not necessarily the Army. But yeah, so you're getting people that are politically running Germany's military that don't have any experience of it, and you finally did have the head of the military come out and say, we don't have any spare ammo and stuff like that. We can't fight a war appropriately. We can't give anything to the Ukrainians because we don't have it because we've been in such bad shape. So I do think criticizing policy by the generals publicly when they feel it needs to be done is much different than criticizing, and maybe the policy of the higher command, the leading generals. The policy is one thing that I think should be done, particularly in times of peace. Because once you go into war, you can't publicly do these kinds of things. You can do them in times of peace. We're finally upgrading our defense spending. Yes, I hear that you're upgrading defense spending, and I had a talk with hello Lawless, you've been well commented earlier on about, because we did cover the Navy. You'll have to watch it some other time, with Starstreak, who's around a lot, often talking about the New Zealand's defense policies, and kept talking about they should up spending. Well, Germany before this crisis had been increasing spending on the military. But as Tinky informed me, one of the things that the military was spending on was building new daycare centers for soldiers' children and improving schools for soldiers' children and other things. So basically, to satisfy Trump's demand on more military spending, they were shifting social spending or other spending from other departments, putting it through the military, but in essence doing the same social spending. So what are you doing when you say military spending? What are you doing with it? What's the purpose of it? And to me, that is, are you buying new weapon systems? Or are you buying ammunition to train with? Because again, I go back to my cousin who commanded an Abrams platoon back in the 90s, during the peaceful times. Well, they didn't have any, they needed to do their training, and the base was I think it was Fort Knox, but it was a huge base. And they needed to do gunnery training for their Abrams. So what they would do is load the Abrams up on a tank carrier, the big trucks that tow tanks, and drive the Abrams, on these tank carriers to the firing range, from their normal storage base, take them off the truck carriers, do the gunnery fire, load them back up on the truck carriers, and drive them back to where they normally store their tanks for their platoon. Why were they doing this? They didn't have any money for gasoline. And the trucks use significantly less gas than just driving the damn tanks over there, shooting them and driving them back, because the Abrams is a gas hog. Okay, well, they didn't have gasoline budgets for training back in the 90s. So that's the kind of thing that I worry about. Are they doing the right things? Not just are they spent, because they often say these things, these politicians say, oh, we're spending more money. And is it appropriate spending? I believe the Dutch are going to buy extra and are going to buy new submarines, arming our Reaper drones with missiles. I even believe we're going to buy cruise missiles for our frigates. Hello, Greg again. We'll see what the Dutch do, and it varies from nation to nation. So okay, back we're on Billy Mitchell and criticizing national decisions. So the U.S. government at this time believes that the national defense for America is the Navy, because they believe that if America is somehow invaded, particularly by Mexico or Canada, they'll have time to build an army, because there's, Americans all have guns, and it's a big place. But navies take a long time to build. And air forces, they don't want to build because technology is rapidly improving at this time. Literally in 1937, before and after it, technology is improving, and they're all for the idea of, and it's probably underfunded, but they're all for the idea of air power to some degree, but they don't want a big air force, because if they build a 1937 air force and the war starts in, say, 1941, they're going to have a huge out-of-date air force, and they believe, which turns out to be the case, that they'll be able to build an air force once they know when they'll need it, and they'll build it at the right time. So they look at this and go, hey, we need to defend America. What is it going to take is a Navy. And a Navy and ships, big ships, not so much destroyers, but big ships, take a long time to build. So they're trying to build them up now. Hello, Ringo. Double in powers, I think, every 2 years. Well, that used to be the case, Ringo. If you look at what somebody's law, I forget, was that. No, if you particularly look at phone growth in computing power is radically gone down. It's now a small percentage increase from one phone model to the new phone model. Where if you look back in the 90s and the early 2000s, you were right about it. You look at processors, processing speed, processing capabilities are not growing very fast every few years. It's growing, it's incrementally growing up by like 10 or 20% every 2 or 3 years. Now you can build supercomputers by linking lots of processors together, but we already have that technology. So it used to be that, but it's not that anymore. As far as I know, and prove me wrong. I mean, I'm sure I'm wrong on some things, but it's not quite that. But it's that idea that if you can build something fast, you wait till you need to build it, and that's what I'm in essence doing with this. And this is what I'm talking about here, is why I am industry, so heavy industry, building all that up. Once we get nearer, because I know when the war is going to start, 41 or 42 really, we will hopefully have a good Navy built up by then. Yes. When oh, okay, yeah. Quantum computing comes into play. Absolutely, Ringo. There are definitely, and I don't know them, but I know there are, and I've definitely heard of quantum computing. I definitely know that there's very cutting edge research going on in computing, but I'm talking about what is not just available to me, the home consumer, but the this would be under light carrier, would be over here. Yes. Okay, we'll continue. Night 34 class. Even data center computing. Those guys spend huge amounts of money. Puppet. I don't need more fuel. I'm going to leave this. So yeah, I'm talking about is what is commercially available, either home users or data centers and those kind of people that are using. None of those are using quantum computing, as far as I know. And that's what I'm talking about is end user capabilities, not research development. When that happens, yeah, that'll be a big leap. Okay, mountain warfare equipment. I think that is a one and done. Yes, good. Small ship screws. So let's take a look at that. Is that still going on? Yeah, 39 is too far advanced. That's what is probably causing that. Yes. And single engine airframe research. So we can come over here. And like what I'm talking about there, we are definitely doing research into things like fighters, naval bombers, to have our research up to date when we get ready to start spamming them out. We can do heavy bomber prototypes. Normally I don't do heavy bombers because I'm Germany and looking for a non-strategic air force, maybe an air force that is, medium bombers to bomb somewhat deep in there, but not planning on bombing the Soviet Union or even Britain into submission by ICs. But I do look to do that to some degree with the U.S. and Germany. We are going to try a huge bombing campaign. I've heard it'll be like 100 gig crazy stuff, but I heard it might be a thing when we colonize the moon, so they're connected. Yeah, I'm sure there's research going on like that. Ringo. I just don't pay attention to it enough to know. Um, Albania? No, we're not trading with Albania. I'm all for growing my money, but we're going to be smart about it. I actually saw recently a new video, and unfortunately, I really can't give you good stuff. I watched some really good, whether it's, I mean, this was on YouTube, but I've watched a lot of great science shows, and I understand the words as they come out, and I understand the concepts as they come out, but I have very little retention to like regurgitate them later to you. But they found, instead of the original Alcubierre warp bubble mechanics and whatnot, and the need for some sort of special matter that had yet to be developed, they're coming out with better math and thinking they might be able to create a warp bubble. I don't know if Elon Musk's end goal of colonizing Mars, you just mentioned the moon. I think we can get out there, and I think we can put people living on Mars, but I don't know that we can colonize Mars in the sense that if they got cut off from Earth, they would be able to continually live there forever. Meaning, what would they use for is there something like radioactive materials on Mars, uranium or whatever? Can they, because there's no coal, because I don't believe so, because maybe, I don't know if there's been enough organic material to have anything that can burn. Will they be able, there's no or very little water. I don't know where they're going to get their oxygen or their water from. We could have a supported colony, I believe, on Mars, and maybe tens of thousands of people living there. But I don't know if you could have a unsupported local industry permanent, situation out there. Hey, Starstreak. Until we find water source, they can't live on Mars. On Mars, we found water on the moon. Yeah, I heard that we got a little bit of water, but how much of it? Well, I thought you knew just about, but you actually know a lot about. Well, I know little bits about science and things, but science. Okay. To me, the most important thing to study is mankind. Understanding mankind is more important than understanding computing. Not to say understanding computing or chemistry or other things aren't important as well, but if we don't understand mankind, computing and everything else is irrelevant. But yeah, so I'm going to be playing. I believe I am. As we talked about getting scheduled. I want to. Heavy air detachment. We gotta check that out. Going to be playing Distant Worlds for Slithering TV. And I'm going to be talking a lot about the collapse of society and technologies on that series. And how close we may be. And this sort of and it may be in a different way than Elon Musk is looking at it, but looking at the collapse of society. And I've been fascinated by this for considerable times, because there is, in my opinion, there has been 3 modern periods in human history, and we're in the 3rd one of them. There's been two previous modern periods. I'm sure you can maybe guess one of them would be sort of the Roman Empire, if you will. But there was a previous one to that, I believe. Now that's more speculative, but I think society is a thinner veneer over it. It's not as sure thing as most people take it for being nowadays. Okay, mixed support brigades, heavy. Okay, do we want this? Okay, we have basic detachment here. If we go for this, fuel consumption. Well, you see, we're going to be playing as America, and I don't care about fuel. So, yes, we want that, because there's no downside other than, well, more supply, yes, but more fuel consumption. Why don't I care about fuel as America? Two reasons. One reason, I don't think we're going to have fuel shortages. Okay. Two, I do not, unlike, say, Germany, I do not think I'm going to be penetrating deep into continental spaces in which fuel transportation, because part of the problem with Germany is, to some degree, is just how much fuel they have. Part of the problem is getting fucking fuel, deep into the Soviet Union without, or other places, without running out of it. I think as America, we're mostly going to be invading. Now, I hope. Yeah, I hope we'll be able to, because I'm thinking about if we come into Allied territory, I don't know quite how it is, but be able to supply via ships fuel to places, ports well enough and effectively enough so that we won't have a fuel problem. No, Total Recall, Holidays on Mars. Yeah, I love the original movie there. Enough to create scarcity. There will be wars waged over it. Probably tribes fight in the Middle East. Yes. Trying to catch up with that here. Let me go up. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about the collapse of societies with distant worlds, because there is a connection there. Okay, Marco Polo Bridge incident. Yes, something engineered by Japan to give justification for a war into China. Another one, cavalry exploitation, and we're done with that. So we're focusing. Yeah, I think we will do additional supplies 38. There must have been some kind of advanced civilizations before Roman Empire. Some landmarks don't add up to the tech skills we assumed they had. Okay, well, tech is part of it, but modern civilization. Yes, there is a third one, I believe. I'm not talking about Göbekli Tepe or whatever you pronounce it. Sorry, that's in Turkey. That is by dating evidence. I was taught in university that agriculture happened, and then specialization happened, and cities happened. Now with Göbekli Tepe, you're kind of messing it up, and some other things. They found huge religious sites, they believe they are, that moved huge stones around. So organization, meaning hundreds or thousands of people organized up to do so. And this is dated to pre-farming. So in a hunter-gatherer society. So civilization starts as a hunter-gatherer's thing and then develops agriculture, as opposed to the other way around, apparently. I say apparently because I was taught the other way. Now it appears it's the other way around. Who knows? Maybe they'll find that agriculture is even earlier than we thought. I don't know. But to me, modernism has a few things. One, a certain level of technology. Okay, the Roman Empire, or in elements of the Roman Empire, particularly known to exist at Alexandria, they had electricity. And they've definitely found evidence of electricity over here. Now, they had no idea of running electricity to run a computer or to make a light bulb. What they used electricity for, at least in some cases, medical things. During the Roman Empire, they would capture moray eels, the electrical eels, and put them in pools of water, and then have people sort of get into sort of electroshock therapy. Whether it was actually good medicine or just witchcraft, I don't know. But there's also evidence that that they created batteries back then, because they have what looks to be things that are batteries, and they have fairly good evidence of electroplating, coating one metal with another or potentially, I think just metals, but I don't know if there's other substances they did, but like with gold particularly, so electroplating, because they have very, very fine coatings of gold over things, and very, very well done, that they don't think is done with gold leaf. They think it's electroplated, and there's evidence of batteries. So they were using electricity for like electroplating and maybe for medical purposes. So they had electricity then. Another element of modernism on the technological thing is indoor plumbing. Indoor plumbing. Roman Empire had that, not just as in, they didn't flush in our modern sense of flush toilets, but they were, water toilets, water moving toilets, but fountains and water into homes, literally, flowing into homes in a sink-like idea in the Roman Empire. As well as, and the other element of modernism for me is artwork. And unlike Egypt, which knew how to draw we know they could have drawn very humanistic portrayals of humanity, but they decided to draw very rigid and very sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Stylistic versions of humanity. Instead of trying to draw them as they're like real people, they drew them as, sort of stylistic Egyptian artwork. They knew how to draw realistic artwork. Well, in Rome, we see realistic artwork. We see statues and other, portrayals, whether it's on plaster or whatever that's remained to us, realistic portrayals of humanity. Well, there is, to my knowledge, they also found mechanical. Well, yeah, mechanical devices are and industrialization using even if whether it's water power or animal power is an element. But modernization isn't just technology. Okay, modernization to me it's also a cultural viewpoint. Okay, that is part of it, is culture, and I see what I take to be modern compared to the Dark Ages beliefs in the worlds and the understandings of the world in the Dark Ages, and in the Middle Ages too, Dark and Middle Ages, are not modern. You start getting modern thought in the Renaissance. Okay, well, I think, and the Renaissance happens because classical information escapes Byzantium and flees into Europe as the Islamic conquest happens. So I take some of that and reading, Ovid and other classical writings I've read, not in the original language. I don't read Latin or Greek, but modern translations. They definitely have a modern sense in their culture, in my opinion. Santorini, the Isle of Santorini, the Isle of Thera, both two names for the same island. The one that blew up the volcano, that is either Minoan culture or Atlantis or whatever you want to call it. They're definitely not Mycenaean. That was over on mainland Greece. And whether they were exactly Minoan culture or not, I don't know. There's still a lot of stuff of it. You look at their artwork on the walls surviving. Although scale is not necessarily correct with their paintings, because I think they're depicting things, but they portray humans in a very humanistic way. And two, they actually had better flush toilets, I believe, than the Romans did. They definitely, maybe it's because they didn't have as much running water through the systems, but they definitely had toilets in which, like on the upper story of a multi-story house, they would have a water tank, and then from there it would flush down, and the toilet would be on the ground floor of the house or whatever, that would then flush out the sewage from the toilet. So they had two, in my opinion, and there's just scant evidence, this is why I say it may be a modernistic world, they had two elements that I would say of modernism. A sort of a realistic style human art. I don't mean like modern art that terms, but a humanistic portrayal of art, and indoor plumbing. So those are two things that to me are a modern people. So I don't know, and that's the third is speculation. So yeah, I know somewhat of a history geek, like reading those things. Cool. Glad you're around. Mass production started in ancient China, as did standardization of parts. I'm going to disagree on your standardization of parts. I do not believe, and looking at like the statues, I'm forgetting the place name, all that huge collection of statues they found underground at the tomb. I don't think too much of that is too standardized parts. As in, you can take one part off and fit another part on without fitting. You know, I mean, it just goes. I still think it's handcrafted. I don't think we get into interchangeable parts until almost Samuel Colt and the modern era. But it's going that. But yeah, but I don't see modernism in culture in China. But it is a possible fourth. But I don't see it. Maybe it's my Western viewpoint that doesn't see it as being modern. We can't predict the future. We can only learn. Absolutely. We can. I don't know if predict the future, but we can learn lessons. I do believe. See, I do say history repeats itself, and some people say no, it doesn't, but it does rhyme. Well, okay, it doesn't. You know, it's not a scientific formula, but it does repeat itself. And I can point to multiple big things. Well, yeah. They used lead piping, and they would bring in, because I'm presume you know about the big aqueducts bringing major Roman cities, not just the city of Rome, but bringing in water from the region. But they would come in through aqueducts, through underground aqueducts, and then you can see some of the fountain systems still operating to this day in Rome that use would come in and pipe in and have fountains, literally fountain out water. Now the original idea was a lot of the people that in the insulas, the large sort of apartment buildings, did not have running water in them, in that they were, up. If you lived on the 6th floor or the 8th floor, you didn't have a tap that you could turn on and have running water. But down in the plaza, within a block or so of your home, you would have running water that you would take your jugs, fill up with water, and hike it back to your apartment. Now the rich people who had their own standing buildings and whatnot, into the kitchen area or whatever, they would have a pipe that, whether it's lead or ceramic or whatever, coming in, and they would have a tap that they could turn on and have water flow into their home. And some of the richest homes would have, toilets with water, not flushing, but, they would flush through, but it would, go through underneath them, and not like you'd pull a lever and it would flush, but it would flush out through it. But there were a lot of public toilets, and of course the public baths had running water and piping within them. So most homes, as in 95% of homes, did not have a tap water system in them, but there was running water in the city, and there was flush toilets in the city. Things that you did not find, say, in even high Middle Ages European cities, that unless they were, leftover Roman ruins or something that were still functioning, you did not see them in London or Paris. There was no idea of running water that was being piped around in the Middle Ages. So, there were still mostly people were shitting in pots in Rome and then throwing it out somewhere, or going to the local public toilets if your city had them, and as much as they had them. But it wasn't quite modern in that sense, but it was much more so than we might think of it. Okay, let's see. The tombs of the ancients, yeah. Didn't the Romans invent concrete? Yes. Roman concrete is thought to be superior than modern concrete, and they are still working on the exact formula of Roman concrete. Now, it varied. There are still huge deposits because it uses volcanic ash as part of its formula. They know what it consisted of. What they don't necessarily know is like the formula, the percentage of different ingredients. I mean, they know what it was there, but they're working out, and there probably wasn't a single formula, but several formulas. They use concrete, and you still see the one temple in Rome that still exists today. That's still standing. The one with the eye, the eye open at the top. That's made of concrete, Roman concrete, and Roman concrete would harden underwater, so you could pour it underwater and harden. It actually hardens best with salt water. So yeah, they use lots of concrete, and yeah, it was late 1800s that we're getting starts with a P. Portland cement is what it's called, because there is the idea of cementing, mortar, what we often now call mortar, like between bricks. There is the idea of cementing things together, but building out of cement just is not. A lot of stuff other countries don't know. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, and so that's why with between concrete, water management, artistry, and literature, we know of Rome. I don't know of the literature of, because I think it's linear A is what was the literature which we cannot decipher yet. We can decipher linear B, but not linear A. I think it was linear A used down here, and so we don't know what it says. So I don't know if the literature is modern. Okay, well, we're going to continue the live stream, but this episode has gone on too long. Both a look at the U.S. Navy at the time, as well as talking about culture and other things. So those of you who are new here, please hit the subscribe button. Everybody, I hope you hit the like button. You can hit the like button now if you're on YouTube. I'd love to have for the stream, but everyone else on the later episode, thanks so much. See you next time for, yes, more babbling and Hearts of Iron. Okay, I'm going to just make a save to be safe, and we will continue. Okay, let's see if we can get some clock moving speed time going here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is a fun series I've been playing, or been fun talking about with the viewers. We are, of course, playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2 and playing as America. So we're going to try to get some clock on the time and get going. I know everyone wants to see the action starting in 1942 probably. Okay, see, things are already popping up. Okay, destroyer escort advance, roll advance. So I think that would be under naval. Okay, 1939 is too far in advance, but we can do. I don't know what if the order of these really matters. So, yeah, mostly just do 37. And infantry firepower focus advance. I'm guessing that there's one over here because I'm not used to see. Yeah, 1942 much. Okay, we'll move this over to a nice cruiser. And what are they? Yes, you can have rare materials. Yes, you can have crude. We've got plenty of all of those. For now, at least. Great. Analysis, that is, let that continue. Single engine. Research. Yeah, closer support. Okay. First, who are we trading with? Colombia? No, thank you. Prolong the Neutrality Act. Yes, we're going to continue to do that to get more democratic support. Let's take a look at our current government. Okay, so Democratic Party is getting more support here. We are continuing to ruin our country. Yes, okay, cancel. It's Harold Ickes. Okay, oil, money, supplies, resources. Okay, good, because Harold Ickes is, I think, he's a rather leftist kind of guy, you know. Don't know why he's a resource industrialist, but whatever. Laissez-faire capitalism. Let's see. Consumer goods during peacetime. Resources down 10%. Well, you know, I don't know Robert Wagner. Like I say, I've heard of Harold Ickes, but I don't have a good opinion of him. Not very familiar with all these guys, but they're both Democrats, so it's not like splitting up ruling party. And a laissez-faire capitalist, not just because I like capitalism, but money. I've been warned about money. We'll get a lot more money. Consumer goods, so we'll need less consumer goods, and ruling party support will be up. So yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't want to go this other than just playing purely historical. Hoover is running our crime fighting stuff, and that is probably best support for us. Okay, science minister. We looked before. I've never heard any around. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of any of these people. But okay, more research. That's what we want. We got. Well, we're increasing our money more. We've got plenty of resources, so that is good. Hoover again running intelligence. Right. That is probably for the best. I don't know why. Whatever. Okay. Chief of staff. Well, by this time, by 37, I believe MacArthur is out in Hawaii. Not sure exactly when he gets out there, but early 30s, he's back in Washington, sort of being the chief of staff. Okay. Mullen Craig, haven't heard of it. Leahy, I have heard of. Obviously, Navy. See, I don't know. I mean, you know, not going to do it. This so wants. Why is Leahy a naval officer? School of Maneuver for Combat Speed Organization. Wanting to make a I don't know, other than because part of why I'm trying to keep the Democratic Party unity up here, so that we have the more unified your government is, the more that party will do well, and we get benefits by having more Democrats here. And these really don't matter at the moment. Yeah, they really don't matter. But now, decisive naval battle doctrine. Okay, again, I've heard of Leahy. I've read a biography of Nimitz, Admiral Nimitz, and stuff. So, I know some of this, but I'm not a big naval expert for the U.S. at all. So I don't know, base doctrine. I don't know which would have appropriate, but yeah. But okay, and we only have one option here right now for the Chief of Air Force. Is why it's gray. It's not that they won't allow us to change it, but no other option. Okay, yes, so we'll do that. Have you ever got a game ending up playing as... No. I know... I don't know if you are, but the only reason you keep resources guy would be for building the buildings you spawn. That's true. and I wasn't even thinking of that. The building they spawned. I don't know. We'll see what when buildings with the other guy. I don't remember what Naval gives us, but we're now at medium popularity, which would have happened either way. The change didn't matter for that. Let's come over here for naval stuff, and we're gonna see about. Well, let's do some cruiser crew training. That sounds fun. And we got a little bit more. So, yeah, fire control systems training. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need any consumer goods. I think we can lower this just a bit. Okay, we're starting to get into ships again, and then 37, I definitely want more stuff. Have you ever ended up playing? Oh, Silver Legion is America. Okay, well, I know some of the viewers are big fans of Hoi 4, and in my opinion, unrealistic, unrealistic possibilities that can be done there. I am not a fan of that. Baltimore already has. I'm just trying to sort of stick them in either useful or historical locations. Yeah, Trenton, New Jersey. We'll give them a couple of industry points. Well, so far we've gotten that up. Let's increase Aries State. He wanted me to increase it. Yeah, down here by the rivers. We'll put another industry there. I like historically plausible what ifs. Historically unplausible what ifs are not my thing. I mean, I like the Kaiserreich mod for Hearts of Iron 4. But it's a whole weird and wacky world that is set up. And within its sort of wackiness, it all sort of matches. So unless you're going to go big what ifs, I do not so much like doing that stuff. So I don't try to play, and I know, I guess in theory we could try to somehow get the Silver Legion here, it's a minor faction here, to come up, but it's not plausible. Send help to China. Oh, we could send help to China. Yes, I want to send help to China. Okay. Well, we're going to be historical. The U.S. would not send troops. They sent yeah, some pilots and some ground crew, but no real troops. So we're going to send. Get a cooldown for a while. Relations with Japan go down. Yes. But we are displeased, so we will send help to Nationalist China. Yeah, I know that you're right, Greg, about building some certain leaders. We'll see what how it looks now with our current pause. Okay, Canada. Okay, you can have some pea shooters. Again, very out of date. No, we're not doing that. Cruiser damage control advance. All right. Yeah, we can let that go another. Only 2 or 3 times in the many years of playing, I'm just contented if I don't lose FDR as president in 36 elections. Yeah. I will say for World War II, FDR was the right president. But FDR did so much damage to America before World War II. He does so much damage. And the damage is continuing to this day. Because well, fuel tank that. Waiting for some of those to hit. So, well, we'll do carrier. Well, I'm not used to thinking carrier aircraft, but we definitely want good carrier aircraft. Okay. During this time period, the Great Depression, before World War II, I'm not sure of the year, the U.S. government wants to regulate, the national government, shall we say, wants to regulate everything, okay? And the United States Constitution says that anything not expressly given in the Constitution to the national government, the federal government, however you want to say it, is reserved for the states, okay? So the federal government can't, unless it says in the Constitution the federal government can do this, it automatically can't do it. Only the states can do it. Okay, if you understand it. So it's sort of like saying, well, I don't know. It's not. Federal government power isn't limited because it says, oh, well, you can't do this, you can't do that, as the federal government says. No, it only says the few things that the federal government can do. Everything else, the state governments can do. So that means one state can have slaves and one state can't. It's up to the states. I mean, this was the way it used to be. I'm not saying this is good, everybody out there. I'm just saying anything that wasn't specifically said for the federal government can do, everything else is to be regulated or controlled or set up by each state. So each state can have their own wacky policies. Hey, you can slave dark people or not, or whatever. Each state, whether they're good policies or bad policies, not talking about that, but each state gets to make up its own rules. The federal government can't. So under this time period, because of this depression as an excuse, in my opinion, largely, but also as trying to mitigate the depression, the federal government wants to regulate all kinds of things. Well, so they start putting out farm regulations. What you can farm. Well, nowhere in the Constitution does it say the federal government gets to regulate farms. Nowhere. But it does say the federal government gets to regulate interstate trade between the states. That was very much set up for the idea that Ohio, this is Ohio, could not tax if the federal government couldn't tax products coming from Pennsylvania. This is Pennsylvania over here. I hope I get all these states' rights unlabeled. States right that are unlabeled. They can't to protect Ohio businesses from Pennsylvania businesses. They can't tax imported goods from Pennsylvania. So that was the idea of the federal government regulating interstate trade. State trade between states. Okay. And that seems like a reasonably good, and I agree with it, seemingly really good power that the federal government should have. Well, during the FDR administration, they wanted to regulate everything. So they used that interstate clause down to it. And nowadays in modern America, you have, I think it's just like 3 or 4 main, but definitely less than 10 main food producer distributor companies, like Procter & Gamble and a few other that have a lot of sub brands. So the cereal you buy in the stores is from just a few companies. And so most of these big companies, not only are they growing the food in multiple states, wheat in multiple states, they're packaging it up in another state and selling it across other states. So yeah, I get the idea of federal regulation of these major food making corporations, as well as car making, because there's a lot of car regulations that nowhere does it say that the federal government can regulate how much miles per gallon, how much electric cars. That is entirely not allowed to be done under the Constitution. But they get away with it, and I know there's a bunch of people saying there, You may be onto some of my points, but I'll check the chat in a moment. But nowhere does it say in the Constitution that they can regulate cars. They can only regulate interstate commerce. Well, yes, most cars today have raw materials or subcomponents made in multiple states and assembled in one, and most of them are sold across multiple states. You know, it's not just a car manufacturing here in Ohio manufactures cars and sells it in 4 dealerships all within the same state. That doesn't happen. I understand that. Okay. During this time period, and I don't know if it's 37, but during this time period, the late 30s after the Depression, there is a case, and I forget. I think it may be it's somewhere around here in one of the, I think, smaller states here. There is somebody who is has a large backyard, if you know the American, the English term would be back garden, but a large one, not what we would think as a big commercial farm, but a large back garden, if you will. Okay. And he's growing some food in there. I think it's some sort of fruit. I forget what it is. Whether it's trees or like watermelons or something. Okay, he's growing it in essence in a suburban sort of area. Okay, so this isn't a big farming operation. And all he does is he grows these foods in the back of his yard and behind his house. And all he does is sell that fruit in a stand in front of his home. Okay, all he does. So this is, and I'm sure I'm getting something wrong here. So hello, Halek and Federico, I'll get to your statements in just a moment. I want to... No new ships yet. No new divisions yet. We're just doing industry. All he does, and this is very much going on at this time period, all he does is sell these fruits of whatever type at a fruit stand that he's put together with his own hands at the front of his house. And there's no local city regulations, or no one's complaining about it locally. The federal government... Well, he's not doing the right things. He's not doing whatever it was, doesn't matter what it was, he isn't doing it right. And the federal government, tickets him or whatever, goes after him with criminal things. And he takes it to court. And he says the federal government has no right to regulate what I grow in my back garden and what I sell at my front in the front of my house, because the federal government has no power to do this. The federal government takes it to court, and the federal government says, "Well, somebody could possibly come to his fruit stand, buy up all of the fruit stand, put it on a truck, and drive it to the next state." And now this is maybe like in a small state, like Delaware here, or Maryland, or New Jersey, or Connecticut is really just sort of this sort of river here. No, Rhode Island. I'm thinking this is Connecticut. Rhode Island here. Some of these are very possibly meaning this is Providence, Rhode Island. This is a state. This is one whole state right here in the United States. Rhode Island is remarkably small of a state. Half of it is on the island, basically, or third or whatever, quarter, I don't know. But it's a really small state. So, yes, if it was here, it's very possible that someone would go, "Hey, yeah, I want to buy all that fruit and go sell it in Boston. Put it on a truck and sell it in Boston." Because it is possible. Not that this guy, there was no evidence that this guy ever sold fruit that was commercially going out of the state. And so, guys said, well, we'll regulate the guy who buys it from me and moves it to another state, but don't regulate me who's growing it and selling it only within one state. So, takes it to court because of court packing, or threats of it, because of FDR appointing a lot of judges. that court case went in the federal government's favor because that farmers or that person growing food could possibly sell it in the other state. That allows the federal government to regulate what happens within one state. So if you have a business that you make chairs and tables out of wood and you sell them in front of your business, the federal government can come in and, environmental regulations, health safety regulations. Your workers need to wear these safety glasses when they work that saw, which is maybe a very good idea that they wear the safety glasses. God, I'm not saying they should have their eyes open and have the sawdust flinging in it, but you have to follow this federal regulation. And there may be other federal regulations that don't make sense for the business, but you have to follow this federal regulation because they've got under FDR, the federal government, to be able to regulate this business who literally does no interstate commerce. Now, yeah, somebody might come and buy 10 tables and chair sets and take them to another state and sells them. But this business does not do that. The federal government gets to regulate it. That is the damage that is still going on to this day. And I'm not talking about, because yes, safety glasses while you're working saws with sawdust and chips and all that kind of stuff flying is an excellent idea. But my God, if you need a regulation like this, can't fucking Virginia come up with that regulation? Do you need the federal government to come up with that regulation? And yes, I get people will go, but I want to buy safe food. And I want to buy, if I'm buying food and it's grown in Illinois, no, this is Illinois, grown in Illinois, and I live in Wisconsin, I want to make sure that it's safely handled. Yeah, we all want that. I'm not talking about whether the regulation is good or bad, but it's overly done by the federal regulation, and regulations that may be really good for this part of the world, really good regulations for this part of the world that I 100% agree with, maybe actually counterproductive, meaning bad regulations, harmful regulations in this part of the world that are enforced, because this is a dry desert and this is a moist, wet climate, or whatever it might be, and the federal government should have no business in doing this. And this is what really comes out under FDR's governance. I'm not talking, so don't come at me with, well, this union regulation or this safety regulation. Yeah, I'm not talking about whether the regulation is good, but if it's so good, wouldn't all the states? And you know what? Yeah, in the past, states had segregation, states had slavery. Yeah, we'll move the fuck out of that state if it's not what you want to live in. And so, yeah. Okay, let me get up to, let's see, I know you guys have been going on. I just came back from looking into Chinese standard. It turns out it was only coins and crossbow parts they did cast. Yeah, okay, Ringo. Yeah, coins is pretty good. But when I think of standardization, I think of being able to take a part from one gun and put it into another gun without having to do any filing or fitting. But because with a Brown Bess, the lock, with the flintlock and all that stuff, they would make that as a unit and it would work together, and you could slap it onto basically any barrel, but you would have to fit the stock to it. But one part from one lock would have to be refitted, meaning filed or whatever, to fit in a different lock. You couldn't just swap the locks. Even though they looked the same, you'd have to do fitting levels. They weren't quite that, they worked to a standard pattern. That's why they call them, different patterns of the guns. They work to a same pattern, same basic principle, but they weren't interchangeable, as I would call it. But I think plants would increase much resources. Base monitors increase. A little bit helps if you want big changes, yes. This goes hand in hand with 2K. How much did they increase? I think I said hi to Helic, hopefully, and Frederico. I'm doing well, catching up with the chat here. Coal, for instance, rise 75%. Okay, Amish timber products, yeah, things like that are, and baked goods or something like that. And yeah, I want safe food too, most food producers want to produce safe food, though there's always scammers out there, whether big industry scammers or small, home scammers. So, but what I want is Massachusetts to have its food safety standards, whether it's for a one-off local restaurant or for a chain restaurant. And this was a corporate standard, not a government standard, but a corporate standard that sort of exemplifies the thing. I live in this part of the world. There was an old Arby's restaurant. Arby's, I don't know, is a chain restaurant that has sort of thinly sliced roast beef. I like it. Some people don't. And was in it there and would regularly go to one. And the buddy and I that we worked in the same office, would go there often together. And he pointed out and asked the manager there why were sort of a type of metal, I don't know, beam or screw kind of thing that would actually designed to sort of hold the building together going across the building. And says, well, the company's is a Midwest company, and they have building regulations for their any of their restaurants that are freestanding, as opposed to like built into a mall or something. But any restaurants that are freestanding, they have to have certain tornado regulation, are requirements so that they were safe if tornadoes, or safer if tornadoes come in. Well, there's never been a tornado in this part of the world, at least, since since it's become a state or whatever. So now this was a corporate regulation, not a government regulation, but it exemplifies the idea. So you're having to put in a building standard for tornadoes out here. And it would also be like, oh, well, if you have like an earthquake standard here, you have to have the same earthquake standard out here where there's no fault lines and no earthquakes. So that's the kind of thing, is not whether the requirement is a good requirement somewhere and in some conditions. It's everywhere. So like, Amish baked goods. Ever try to catch up? Sorry, but it's okay. I think I'm okay. Other stuff, useful stuff to spend on. So that's the damage that FDR has done to America, and what redeems him in my eyes is for all the damage he does, and he is. I mean, Wilson is bad. Wilson is a worse person. But FDR, I think, does the most damage to America. The only president, we'll see how Biden does, because if Biden gets us into a nuclear war, that would be even worse damage. But we don't get any major wars. Biden is doing a lot of damage nationally, but I don't think any. But he does worse. But people talk about, and the the Bengal famine under Churchill, and some of Churchill's other bad policies in Churchill. Well, Churchill is partially responsible for saving the free world and defeating the Nazis and everything. So he's redeemed in my eyes. However much Churchill bears responsibility for the Bengal famine, and he does bear some responsibility for it, maybe not in my eyes as much as other people think. And so he's redeemed. FDR is redeemed in my eyes enough for all the damage he does, and does some of the most damage of any American president, is that he sees the danger coming and he prepares for it as much and leads America. Unfortunately, if the Republicans had been in charge, America might have stayed out of the war. They might have not had they might have traded well enough with Japan that Japan wouldn't have attacked. And however much I liked the Republican policies back then of, less government kind of things, I could see them letting Britain, Soviet Union, and everything fall to the Axis outside of the Americas, and just holding on to the Americas, and we might still have a very, very dark world. So yeah. I, as you can tell, I'm very, very conflicted with FDR. Submarine torpedoes advance. That would be here, and it's grayed out. Fine, good. Okay. Yeah, we'll do coastal submarines. We're not going to probably build too many, but if any at all, I don't know. Okay, molybdenum trade to Australia. Okay, Australia's I'm worthy to trade with. What is our current? Okay, we got level 4. Yeah, we'll trade. Okay, medium velocity guns. We are getting the clock through sometimes, but I hope my chatter is interesting. We do have 38 technologies, but I think, and we have been, well, let's, these I feel, okay, road network, these I want to sort of push early on. Like the naval, these things can happen at any time, meaning battleship crew training, shall we say, retrogrades to older battleships. So it's not like you have to do it before the battleship is made. So these are good to do, but pushing a little ahead to get some of these technologies going earlier will help us more, I think, in the long run. Roll advance, again, something that will upgrade, but we do want to sort of do it. Okay, most of the DDs are well, these are old Wicks class, and the newer ones are Clemson class for the DDs. Submarines, OR class. I do not till you get to the Gatos, Gato class. Many U.S. submarines are named after fish, and that becomes the standard. I don't know when it exactly becomes, because you can see here, these may be, well, the porpoise class. I don't know that class right offhand. But I think there may be some that predate, but you can see pike, porpoise, shark, I should say. Submarines out here. S class, yeah, I don't know. Because I guess these are earlier, that are fairly early class submarines. Just being numbered, it looks like. Well, we already did look at a lot of them earlier, Arno. I don't know if you weren't paying attention. Okay. Yeah, we're just reducing the effects of trading it away. Okay, Mexico has more warship damage control. Build the sugar boats. Okay, goldfish class would be a cool name. Yeah, I don't know if they named any goldfish. I think they were trying for saltwater fish. Purpose class were good ones, except for the torpedoes. Well, the torpedoes are just the problem in whatever class they get put in. I think for the submarines, they all fit the same standard torpedo tubes. I do know that air-launched torpedoes, and at least some or most, or I don't know, of the are the same as what's on the motor torpedo boats. I think, again, and there's a lot I don't know about, but I think most of the destroyer torpedoes are the same class of torpedoes that are on the submarines, I think. But I'm not sure on that. What was the last one that just popped up? Okay, small warship damage control. Okay, 37. You know what we're going to do? We're going to switch this over to, don't know if we're going to build any torpedo boats, but let's have ours up to date if we decide to. The old Mark 110, yeah. Okay, Yugoslavia, no. Poland, no. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a nerfing event for American torpedoes, but yeah, it's well through at least most of 42, if not later. They're bad. There are some of them are figured out locally how to change some of the problems with them. Light bomber prototype, very good, which is grayed out, but now opens up that to be researched. Okay, we'll see. Okay, medium bomber prototypes, which grayed out, yeah, and I'll do this. Okay, end of the 1911 U.S. agreement. I presume it's not the pistol, so I don't know what this. Japan's attack on China was condemned by the U.S. Several members of the League of Nations, including Britain, France, Australia, and Netherlands. These states had economic and territorial interests or formal colonies in East and Southeast Asia, and they were increasingly alarmed at Japan's new military power and its willingness to use it, which threatened their control in Asia. In July 1939, the U.S. terminated its 1911 commercial. It's happening early if it's no. Its 1911 commercial treaty with Japan, and many members of the Allies have also progressively embargoed Japan, cutting it from Australian steel, East Indian oil, and other colonial riches. The U.S. has also signaled that if hostilities in China escalate much further, they will feel obliged to embargo Japan. Okay. Well, this doesn't happen in July 39. So I'm going to no need to, I guess. I'm going to do no need to. Torpedo was one of the aspects the Japanese were ahead on the U.S. Okay, well, to the best of my knowledge, and I've watched some stuff on it, basically bad until like 42, 43. Okay. Those were good. It was a successor torpedoes that sucked. Right. There are, and I've watched some movies and some documentaries, there are two issues with the torpedoes. One, and during this time period, 1937, forget just where the sort of base is, but I think it's around here. There's just one government base slowly turning out torpedoes. And they claim and believe that they're the expert and know everything on torpedoes. Well, one, I think part of the problem is that they're testing the torpedoes here. I'm trying to remember. Again, scientific stuff I don't keep in my head very well. They the two issues are, is one of them is running too deep under the water, and the others is the impact of the torpedo on the ship not detonating the torpedo right. Well, part of my understanding for the depth is that most of this torpedoes were used here, and it actually sort of varied because of the latitude of where they were operating, meaning they were being tested way up here in the north and they were operating down here. So locally, even though they were ordered not to, they eventually figure just put all of the torpedoes to run literally on the surface, setting the settings to go at, and that would normally keep them deep enough, or not be on the surface, but keep them shallow enough to actually hit the targets. Because a lot of times they were just running too deep. That is figured out, and they against orders, start resetting their torpedoes. The other thing is detonating. And what they found is that if you went straight onto the side of the target, straight in 90-degree angle, it wouldn't go off because problems with the detonator. Where if you get a glancing blow, it wouldn't hit the detonator as hard, so it would actually work. It was hitting it like too hard. And so it would work. So it was hit or miss as to whether if they hit, it would go off. So I would say that the depth problem wasn't a bad design. It was just bad settings. And the other is a problem, yes. Norfolk, was it Norfolk? Okay, Puerto Rico. Yeah, I'm not sure. That they had a special torpedo. Now, once the war gets going, they have a bunch of different manufacturers making the torpedoes, but as they should, but they were all made to the same specifications, and they weren't allowed to change them. So, and you don't want them changing it. We were genius, and this torpedo can't fail. Yeah, no need to do well, they actually done some testing, but they've done very limited testing because of tight budgets. Mountain HQs, that would be down here. Okay, yeah, we're going to focus more on getting industry and whatnot up and going. So yeah, there was an arrogance. You're absolutely right. It was definitely an institutional arrogance. They had done some testing, and their testing showed that everything was fine. And then when they went in and with all the complaints, they went in and tested it again under the same conditions. It was still fine. But the test out in the Pacific with recovery, and nope, it wasn't fine. So eventually they do get it straightened out. And it was just a minor change in my understanding on the firing pin situation, that once that was done, otherwise it didn't change. And once they figured out that the depth settings running out in the lower latitudes, or however it was, it all made sense when I heard it at the time. I just can't remember it well enough to tell you why it didn't work out in the fields. Okay, well, I guess we're going. I mean, we have plenty, but we're going to later on, hopefully, ramp up and need a lot more rare materials and whatnot. So let's get that started to research. The Bureau of War absolutely were stubborn, and their main response was that you're using it. Yep, that was their response. They didn't want to hear it. My understanding is they did do some tests. Now, whether they're good tests or appropriate tests back with the Bureau of Ordnance or not, was, they did do that. I mean, they were arrogant for sure, but they were at least trying in their own fashion, if you will, to see doing it, but they just weren't believing. Okay, we'll let that continue. What they were being told. And I will have to say, to some degrees, because I deal with this, and maybe some of you out there now watching, I get reports. I installed everything just as it said in the video or whatever, that I make on how to install the game, and it doesn't work. Well, knowing that I've installed Hearts of Iron 4 and lots of black ice many times, and knowing that if you install it right, it works. So when somebody says, well, I installed it right and it doesn't work, I take that as at least mostly because, I guess in theory something may be different with your computer or some other settings in your computer that keeping it from working. But really, it's your user error in installing it some way, and I don't know because I didn't watch you install it. Why it doesn't work. It is probably a user error, and that's mostly, quite honestly, what has happened when people complain that their thing doesn't work. It's user error. And some of it might be explanation error, meaning not that I've explained it wrong, but I've not explained it in a way that we'll do oil refining next. In a way that they understand it, was sound and when it did work. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Frederico. It wasn't that it was a bad design in the torpedo, other than the wrong material or whatever for the firing pin. Once they got the things working, it worked excellent. Mobile unit command and control. Be here. Okay, 36. We'll let that continue. You can have some metal. Okay, who? South Africa, no. Mobile unit training, yes. We'll let that continue. Light cruiser class advanced. Oh, we have a lot. Oh, okay. Oh, we've gotten something's happened that is changed on us. Okay, well, we'll stop that because I want to think. Okay, well, cruiser class. I want to at least think. Most of my research is actually okay. It's up here. It looks like is actually being researched. As these come up, we'll just stop that. Unit combined arms. Really, okay. No, no, no. Iran, nope. Not unit training. We'll just cancel that. Okay, let's see. We're going to invest in scientific community. 10,000 money. We've got 21,000, so that's. Oh, we got that because that's why we weren't getting more research because we lost this. And there we go. So we'll do that. Well, let's take a look at our. Okay, tungsten, we are at surplus of only 1. Nickel. Do we want to do more nickel? Or later on, they'll be able to trade it. So 2,000. If we were to do, we can do gold, aluminum, copper, molybdenum, tungsten, zinc. Yes, do we want to do tungsten? So art attack. So if we do some more of that, yeah, let's also see about investing in tungsten here. We'll invest in some tungsten development for later on. Now we have pause. More research. And 38, get our welding and our casting capabilities up. We will do that soonish, but don't need transportation. Well, should we? Yeah, let's start the path. I'm sort of thinking about unlocking like other effects that will unlock other things as much as anything else. So let's, yeah, we can come here and do this and that. There we go. Okay, more gold, cool. Battle cruiser armor thickness advance. That's under capital, I think. Yeah, we don't. I don't know how much battle cruisers we're going to make, but I don't know if we need to go too thick on their armor. Because I'm presuming the thicker their armor, the slower they're going to go, and we want fast ships for cruisers, even battle cruisers. Light cruiser armament 37. Yeah, we could increase that. Direct fire unit combined arms of advance. Very nice. No, that's this one. Okay, let's see. Other 37 or 36, which we have all those. We can go back and let's start getting that doing. But we're going to end this episode. I want to thank everyone. I hope you've enjoyed me babbling on about stuff. Like the video, subscribe, all that. Stick around. See you next time for more. Yes, more Hearts of Iron. And don't worry, everyone. We're gonna keep going here. Did I just save this or not? Yes. Okay. Sometimes don't remember. We're gonna keep going. I'm having fun. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we're of course playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2, and we're playing as the U.S.A. while talking about the U.S.A. leading up to World War II. If you are new here, pause all this. If you're new here, I hope you will subscribe. I hope everyone will think this is good enough to earn hit the like button. It really does help. I must say, viewership is down a little bit. I sort of understand because there's not a lot of action. I'm hopefully being entertaining talking about this history if you're watching it, but I really want this to be a good series, and to do so I need viewers. So people, please do actually watch. Do hit that like button. Hey, if you really want to make this series happen, after you get done watching it, turn it on again and watch it again, but you can just turn the sound off and go watch something else or play some other game. That's all cool. Just gives the YouTube algorithm a second watch through. Will definitely help us out. Okay, copper, Czechoslovakia. No, thank you. Navy asks for more money. Yes, you can have money. Great Hong Kong Typhoon of September. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can have metal. Tungsten, yes, rubber shortage. We're really selling off that much. We've gone from a surplus of 2 to a shortage. Wow. Okay, well, maybe I gotta watch all these trades. Probably no more trades for a while. Well, I don't know. We'll take a look at our right. Okay, well, we're a lot of bad things. Okay, mobile defense. Okay, do I want to be continuing mobile defense at this point? Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate it. See here. Here. Okay. All over here. Yeah, we'll let that continue. Well, now that we are Negative rubber. Rubber was a real shortage for the U.S., and I know I haven't traded away any rubber. Mm. Or manganese. Um, yeah, we could go for chromium, I guess. That might be a... Oh, we can't do chromium. All right, well, I don't know. Okay, well, we've got to be careful and let's... Oh, ooh, okay. We've got a lot more industry, I guess, in here now. So we need to fix this. Build industry. Build industry. Okay, how are we doing out here? Okay, we'll throw on another factory there. Down in Los Angeles, no. Okay, Oceanside, yeah, we could do it. There, San Diego. We'll do it down there. Do some in the interior here. Okay, that, let's see, yeah, it's probably enough. Some heavy, some standard. Get it all up and going. How far are in the tank tech? Okay, we'll check that out in just a second. Nobody but me probably cares, but congrats. Mighty Canberra on 3,000 hits. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm guessing that is some sort of cricket thing? I don't know. Canberra? I don't know. Is that baseball? Sorry, I don't know. Don't follow it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not following that. Sorry, guys. Okay. Tank model. Oh, well, we want to look here in production instead. Um, light armor is still just the M1 combat car. Yeah, we're not doing much research there yet. Baseball, okay, baseball. Yeah, I'm, as you can tell, not big into it. Okay, mobile defense. Okay, that's happened. Mechanized offense, advance. Okay, and we'll let that continue. Export of aluminum. No. Uh-oh. Or no, this wasn't a. Well, I guess we'll send these guys down there. Yeah, and I looked up. Yes. Even with the bonus army, which was back in I think it's 1932, where they do send in the military against occupier protesters, whatever. No one, well, one child dies maybe because of the tear gas or probably because of the tear gas, but there was also maybe other underlying effects with the child already. So although they do send in the military into Washington, D.C. over the bonus army, MacArthur sends them in against Truman. No, not who Eisenhower, I think, or what? Yeah, Eisenhower's objections, I think, or one of the officers' objections. But he sends them in, actually against sort of the president's orders. But they're not like shooting anybody. Like I say, one child dies. There's a bunch of people injured. And they come in and tear up and rip up their encampment and whatnot. I'm not saying it was a pleasant thing, but it wasn't like machine guns firing and people dying. Yeah, because of tear gas, yeah. And their tear gas was, I guess, rather nasty sort of tear gas at the time. You know, so many U.S. players as A, they're boring, B, too easy once the industry kicks in at either side. My question is has there been significant changes to make them more playable? Hello, Michael Fox. I don't know about that. I've never played in the U.S. before. I agree with you, not so much easy, but, you know, I do think that there would be possible chances for, say, Germany to do things to win the war. I'm not saying it's likely, I'm saying it's possible. Because, again, everybody, what does Gamer always says? Warfare is a political act. Politics are perception. So had Germany been able to effectively create the perception for the Russian/Soviet peoples that Germany was winning the war or that the Soviet Union was losing the war, the Soviet Union could have collapsed. Now, what would that have looked like? Well, had Germany started a few weeks earlier in the invasion and effectively take Moscow a few weeks before it gets too cold, maybe that would have said to the Soviet peoples to go, oh, Germany's winning, let's give up. And so when they get ordered to go do some counteroffensive, they just shoot their commissars and officers, and the whole thing falls apart. It's not, and because I can look at cases where, whether it's in World War II or other wars, things fall apart because of events. When had the falling apart army just stuck it out, they would have actually won. So, yeah, warfare isn't just about how many tanks or how well you can supply the army or whatever, you know, good arguments, but it's also about perception. You know, how could America have won World War II? Well, we know they did it. Why am I playing it then? Well, one, and rightfully so, because I've been playing a lot of Germany, and I played Germany, whether in Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4, to test mods out. Not whether my mod to test that out or to test other people's mods, because I know enough about Germany, and if I look and see things not working right for Germany, I then go, oh, this isn't a good mod. Even though players maybe play other countries, if you don't get Germany right, I don't have any confidence, unless it's some specific mod that improved Turkey or something like that. I'm talking about a big remake mod. If you don't get Germany right, I don't care what you're doing about anything else. So I normally just test Germany so much. So I've been getting a lot of, you've been playing Germany too much, and I'm getting a few, hey, would you play, you know, sometimes would you play Japan or Britain? Well, I've done that, maybe not recently, but I've done that. Never played as America. Of the major nations, and I know I get people play as Turkey. Well, Turkey, if I'm playing as Turkey and playing as somewhat historical, I'm going to sit here neutral basically for the whole game. It's going to be boring. And yeah, somebody play as Romania. Yeah, okay, but quite honestly, viewership of the series will go down. But might be fun and interesting, but it go down. But of the major two powers that I have not played, U.S. and Soviet Union, I had slightly more interested in the U.S. Now, as to challenging, well, I'm going to try to hold the Philippines. I'm going to try to hold Guam, because I know that's coming, you know, foreshadowing. I know what's going to happen in the war. I'm going to try to hold this area. I'm going to try to be more aggressive against Germany. So we're going to see if not so much can I win the war, as it were, because we know we can. Now if we can't for some reason, we know the game is broken, because I don't think I'm that bad of a player that it's a player problem. It's a game problem. So it's not so much, you know, can we win? It's more, can we do stuff a little better? We can win. Yes, we know we can win. Motorized HQs in advance. That would be over here. I don't need to go ahead at date and submarine classes of advanced. We will continue on that. but could we win it faster, better, or less costlier? Okay, well, I don't know about less costlier. Normandy invasion 43. Yeah, maybe. Let me think about. Okay, we have. I just want to make this choice before I start blathering on about other topics. I'm sure we'll cover some of these topics multiple times, but a lot of people only watch either part of an episodes or watch just a few episodes. So I'm presuming. Okay, let's come down here and just grab that. Use that. Okay. These guys are moving faster than my garrison troops. Well, these are much further away, but we'll send them over here anyways. Infantry unit training, which is here, 38. Let's move to these 37. Okay. Obviously, America can win World War II. But there's three factions fighting in this war. I mean, realistically, there's more factions fighting in World War II. Actively fighting in World War II. There is the sort of neutral faction that existed. However you want to break that up. But there is, one faction is Germany, Italy, Hungary, Romania, and other puppet states. Bulgaria, I'm sort of putting in the other puppet states. That's one faction. Japan and Manchukuo, which it is a puppet state, but there is Puyi, and there are people trying to create a Manchukuo. It does sort of exist as a thing. And they are like I do say, they are a puppet state in reality, but they're really trying to create a North China, if you will, a Manchukuo and a Manchurian country that truly do believe in that idea. But Japan is another faction, I would say, because there is so little coordination between them and Germany and Italy in that faction. I would sort of put Japan as another faction, almost like we do put the Soviet Union as its own faction here. And I think that is correct. Sure, because they get all the propaganda as part of the Allies, but they're not part of the Allies. They're another evil group, as evil as the Nazis, less evil in my opinion than the fascists. Japanese treat people, especially Chinese, but also Europeans and other people, very evilly. Japan has a very evil treatment. And if you look at their propaganda and their ideology that is forming as the war is happening, it isn't a clear ideology as I can detect prior to the war, but it is forming a racist ideology is almost as virulent as Nazism, as its racism, and it's Japanese-centered racism, and it's not an anti-European racism that did sort of exist. I don't know, racism might. Well, no, it's China. China's racist. Anti-European racism that you see, especially in the 1920s, for the nationalists. You look at them; they're very anti-European, and it is a racism, and China is racist. But it's a virulent. It's not just most of Chinese racism is we're better than everybody else, and trust me, they believe it to this day. They are a very racist country. Now, for the most part, obviously we can talk about their camps that they have, and YouTube doesn't want me talking too much about it. Yes, the Uyghurs and all that stuff. Not trying to minimize that, but I'm talking also, but internally as well as externally, it is more of a we Chinese are superior, you're just inferiors, as opposed to hating other groups. But they sort of want to blame other groups too. So it's modern day China is very racist. Japan, modern day Japan, definitely has a level of racism, but it is not, as far as I can tell, it is not a hateful, it is a, oh, poor peoples from either other parts of Asia or particularly Africa and other things. But it's not a modern day, it's not a very virulent hatred kind of racism. But there were developing very racist ideologies, and you go on and look at some of their propaganda that is really sort of happening late 30s, early 40s, just as the war's coming in, that they're really promoting up this very sort of weird racist theories, that are as wacky as some of the stuff coming out of Nazi Germany about weird ice peoples and whatnot. That Japan is trying to come up that they were the founding sort of race, and a sort of a Nazism, if you will, for Japan. So they were getting very sort of evil too. But the Soviet Union, and so the Soviet Union is a very evil place. Not just because they have evil leaders, but communism is evil theory. Humans are not equal to each other, okay? I am not a very good boxer. I do not have strong arms and I'm going to pound somebody into the ground boxing, okay? I'm not Mike Tyson or something. And I was talking about earlier, if you're going on, I can watch a scientific program and understand the words they're saying and understand the concept, but then later try to regurgitate it to you. Well, I just can't do it. So I don't have a brain that retains that information as well as other people's brains do. I'm more of a soft science, as they want to call it, which I don't believe it's science. I believe it's like the art of politics or studying history. It's not I have a degree in political science. I believe there's art of politics. I do not believe there's a science. It's more of glomming on to labels that they put on it. So my brain, I know, works differently than other people's brains. So outcomes are not equal, and they should not be equal. Now, that doesn't mean I'm for grinding poverty or damaging exploitation. Because you can exploit people, but you can exploit people in a humane way, in that they have a home, they have enough food, they have clothing, they have the basics of living. And yeah, you're getting rich off of it. You're exploiting their labor. You can maybe afford to pay them more, but do they have a basic living standard that a Western person think is a basically decent living standard? Well, then okay. That's fine. Now, if you're exploiting them to the way that they're in grinding poverty, as I would call it, not just that they're poor, but they're in grinding poverty, meaning they don't maybe have a home, or maybe they have a home in which there's an apartment building with 6 people living in it, or whatever like that. Yeah, then that's wrong. And so, that's what I sort of get into grinding poverty. It's not, do you have a home? Yeah, yes or no. It's, do you have a home that's a decent size living condition? And yeah, I know a home in Hong Kong or in Japan is going to be a lot smaller than a home in Southern California, even apartment sizes or whatever. Yeah, I know it's not everything is equal. And then that part of it comes to it, even though Japan has rather good living standards, I would say, they may not get this equal housing as we get in America for, even in apartments. And definitely people in New York City get crappy little boxes of homes compared to apartments out here in LA for the same value. So to me, communism is and of itself an evil philosophy, in that everybody's apartment or everybody's home should be the same everywhere, and not that mine can be twice as big as yours because somehow I'm a better YouTuber. Don't make any real money here, so that is beside the point. But let's say I do whatever my job better than you do your job, even if they're the same job. Maybe I should have twice as good a home as you do because I do my job better than you. Same job, but I do it better than you do. So this is why I think communism is evil. Those people that want to make everybody have the equality, I think, is evil. So we are allied during World War II with evil, the Soviet Union, fighting against other evil that was a bigger threat at that time. Now, can we, and I don't know if we will see about that, can we end the war? I've often thought it would have been best if when the Western Allies take Berlin, it would have been best if the German army was sitting outside of Moscow at the same time. Meaning, not to have, to be able to rush, to be able to do a D-Day landing, come in, smash, move, fast, and conquer Germany, conquer Berlin, while the bulk of the German army is sitting out here holding back the Russians, so that, all these countries here, whatever Russia becomes, whether it stays the Soviet Union or becomes some other sort of Russia, but all of this territory here would be, the Kingdom of Poland, the Kingdom of Romania, the Kingdom of Hungary, or whatever you want to call them, or, the republics of, or whatever. That would have been the best outcome. Building the army, freedom over equality. Absolutely, IKB. Yes. Now, again, America or the Western world, however you want to say it, cannot just pour money into this part of the world and make it fine. Either we have to conquer it again, neo-colonialistically conquer it and adjust their society, or they're going to be in grinding poverty. I'm not going to feel bad that my country, America or Western Europe, is doing well and these people are doing badly. And shouldn't we give more money, give more resources to Africa to help them out? No, they're just fucked. They're fucked, and we can go into why it is. It's cultural. It's not racial. I truly believe it's cultural, not racial. But freedom and equality itself is bad. Now, you can say equality before the law. Well, basically, I agree with that. Now, equality of opportunity, they say in America. Well, okay, but let's say my dad is a shoemaker, and he trains me to be a good, high-end boot maker or something, make really fancy cowboy boots or something like that. I don't mean like making, shoes in a factory. I mean like really nice cowboy boots. And I sort of get that opportunity of inheriting, he's training me to make high-end cowboy boots out of alligator skin and other things, and they're really cool. And I have a really great job, and I inherit a business that's going along, and I'm making this thing. That's better. This is where even equality of opportunity goes, well, and I may inherit a business, and I should be able to inherit that either through training, as well as maybe through physical property. That's going to be better opportunity than my neighbor who doesn't have that opportunity, but my neighbor in my country. So even equality of opportunity, I'm not entirely behind. But that, now I don't want a formal, caste system or something like in India, sort of the other kind of thing. But freedom to go. And so, yes, I am for within my society, America's happens to be, and we're being flooded by people from outside of my society, but within my society, I'm willing to say, tax me a little bit more, if you do it right, to make sure nobody is in grinding poverty within my society. Make sure you try to set up systems so that it's not just purely to give people money, because that's the bad way to do it, but to try to keep my society, anybody from being in grinding poverty. There's always going to be people poor, because poor just means not as wealthy as the middle or the top. So you're always going to have the poor, whatever the poor means, but not grinding poverty, as I'm calling it, and you understand what I mean by that. And trust me, I've been poor in my life, so don't think, oh, hey, gamer, you haven't had to worry about rent payments or whatever. Oh yeah, I've had to worry about it. Not really if I was going to get food. No, not ever worried about get food. Buy cheap food because I can't afford nicer food. Oh, absolutely. Ramen meals or whatever to keep the budget down, eating cheap hot dogs that are cheap here in America, meaning like hot dogs and bun and everything for less than 50 cents for a meal. Trust me, this guy's just moving way too fast. Okay, well, keep coming this way, I guess. No fuel. No fuel. We're not buying fuel. So So I'm not a Austrian economics hardcore capitalist, but capitalism is the best. But capitalism tempered by reasonable other policies. Oh, and building up the army. I'm looking at building up the army in more like 1940 or something. Army and Air Force 1940, ships more like 1939. Vincent DeCurtis, how you doing? Do transport companies in divisions give speed or more supply points? Speed, basically. I'll talk about that in just a minute. Feel like ramen now. Oh, well, ramen's good, and I have a bunch here too. But I mean, eating it not because it's good or because I like it, but just because it's cheap. Trust me, I've been there in life. Now I've always sort of known that if I could always fall back on family support to basic levels. So it's never like oh my God, you're going to be homeless. No, no, I just have to move back in with my parents or something like that, which is sort of kind of homeless, sort of kind of not. I agree. I've never had to worry about being out on the street, But it's sort of like, oh shit, if I can't make the rent, this all falls apart, I got to get the money. Well, yeah, I can move back in with my parents, and so no longer have a home for myself and not okay, so I've had to worry, I've had money worries, but it's not, I admit it's not like, oh my God, I'm going to be on the street or anything, but which is a certain status, whatever privilege, if you will, of having some ability to fall back on family support if things don't work out well enough for me. Court headquarters, that was that one. Okay, well, let's see. Do we want to research anything more here? No, we don't. Nothing more on this page at this time. Because we can come over here and do that 1937 technology. Well, maybe not too much more. And we have a bunch of these over here that we could be doing. Now, what was the other one here? Destroyer classes advanced. All right, let's take that. Okay, that's grayed out. Oh, we could be doing these. We should be doing these, actually. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, on transportation companies. What you can see with transportation companies, we don't have we have a bunch here. What they do is, they give bonuses. I don't know if we see this well enough. They give speed bonuses varying on. Let me try it this way here. Here you see terrain. You can hold over this thing over terrain, and you can see like they do have deficits for different attacks, but you see they'll give and defenses depending on some of the terrains. But they give like movement bonuses through mountains plus 50%, movement bonus through forest plus 60%, movement bonuses on plains 180% for planes. So, and this is for light vehicles. And so you want to use one of these, and sometimes light vehicles I think will be air transportable, horses, no fuel. U.S. trucks probably would be the best, or whatever. So you want to use them, and so they're. It's like every more or less every terrain they'll give a certain level of bonus for. Theoretically, some of these might have a negative movement or less negative movement, so like when crossing the river. I don't know. Let's see if we switch over to horse transport. River 15%. Well, that's probably everybody's given a negative for river, but 20%. So like this motorized truck unit is actually going to be harder to get across a river. This is negative 20%, where the horse is negative 15. So in a few cases, it's worse for river crossing, but otherwise it's going to mostly be better. So you generally want to use that. Well, I actually like ramen and then get like grilled chicken and put in with it chopped up. It's just sort of a cheap also. I like that train of thought. Haha. I get that R now. So yeah. Was there another question? Okay. Yeah. Well, see, we don't really have to worry, I don't think, about Asia until late 1941. So yeah, not just like guard units. I mean, we'll probably leave those in America, but move some of these divisions. That's a Marine division, obviously, but move some of these divisions and make some new ones to get them out to the Philippines to be ready to hold there. Yeah, I don't. You know, if you control a proper big bridge, you're probably still going to be faster getting trucks over it than horses. But I could see all of the extra, if you're crossing it, if you're doing it, ferrying troops across or something, because these are major rivers that we're talking about. Hell, this is the Mississippi, one of the biggest flowing rivers, and then some of its tributaries in the world, Mississippi. Getting that across it, yeah, even a floating bridge is going to be very difficult to cross the Mississippi, and you're going to have to find the right place to anchor it and do it and handle it and all that stuff. That I could see with trucks, and maybe not even so much swimming, but just the amount of fuel and the amount of other supplies to supply and advancing the column as it crosses the river. I could see that as slowing it up. Could see it, but it's not it's only a 5% difference, so it's not like a huge one, and not something I'm going to argue over. Though there was some of those that were actually giving worse stats on planes or something. I forget. I'd have to look at the video again. Okay, this is carriers. Classes. Okay, fleet carrier. I guess was that fleet carrier class? Yeah, fleet carrier. Okay, so that was that one. So we're up to date on that technology. We're going to have to start in on this other stuff to improve it. So let's start with screws and rudders, I guess. We'll continue to push up on those. Trade, Mexico, zinc. Well, let's see. I know we had those bunch of negative effects that occurred, but zinc. Okay, we're still at... Okay, we'll do zinc with Mexico. Oh, come on. Well, I guess we'll chase them well, they're going down. Only that way. Okay, motor torpedo boats. I will let that continue. Okay, expand our capital shipyards. Good. And I gotta find that. Okay, gold's good. I'm in. Chingnik, where the hell is that? Spelling right? Oh, no, G-I-N. C-I-G. Oh, well. Okay, so we're getting a capital shipyard here in the Aleutian Islands, people. Oh my God. I've asked them, and I've been told that oh my God, the hill he's going to die upon. Because I asked for not so much shipyards, but some of these things, including the heavy industry that is sometimes spawned, to like have a check to like make sure that there is a minimum of like 4 factories or 5 factories before you do some of these things. But I hadn't really specifically worried about shipyards, but nope, he says bad government planning is enough, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not going to fight it, but require the minimums, but that's just ridiculous that we have a shipyard out here that's going to freaking freeze. Okay, yes, so we won this. Okay, you go after that. And so there was never any battles like these with rebels in America. Nowhere even close. There very well may have been literally police out there, and people died, which we've seen some events with that. Thanks for your young exposure. I've researched a lot about my order of battle, and nowadays my armies are much more organized into brigades of armed or mechanized strikers. And cool. Now you need to garrison the godforsaken. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to once we get to war, because I don't want the Japanese to come in and take one of my shipyards, and shipyards will help build the Navy up. Okay, zinc. Who with? Latvia. No, thank you. We're not helping Latvia out. Okay, Honduras. We lost our thing. Like carrier armor thickness. Okay. Stop that one. Okay, and we are doing these now, going through that. Okay, twin engine fighter prototype. What is still twin engine fighter prototype is still able to grind up too far. Now we'll move this down to carrier. We'll get our carriers optimized to be good. New outbreak. I didn't even realize there was a new one out here. So nothing like I'm just suffering through this, and I know that's. I think this. I don't know why. No, Okay, we have some extra cores here. Let's move this out here as a suppression tactic. There is just no real reason to have all of this revolt risk out here. Yeah, you know what? Look, if you want to argue that the Depression is causing social instability, and it was, okay, it was, but it's somebody could look it up, but I think it was 1931, 2 or 3. I forget, 1931, 1930, 1931, and 1932 or something. Prohibition ends in America. And so that caused, for many reasons, a lot of social disruption in America. And then fairly shortly after that, you have the Great Depression. And that continues a lot of social disruption. You also have the Dust Bowl out here in the Great Plains. That causes huge amounts of social disruption. So you have a lot of social disruption going on in America. But everything I've ever seen, you do not have anything akin to even the violence levels that were going on in Spain prior to the start of the Civil War, or anything like, Bolshevik revolutions or Latin American revolutions that are going on at this time, or you're not having food riots. I don't even know of a single food riot. Now, that doesn't mean that they didn't exist, but if they did, they were so few and so minor that they didn't make enough media. Food riots. there's people needing food, and there's food kitchens out there, and there's people dispossessed of jobs and homes, and families are breaking up because people can't support them, and all kinds of stuff not working right. But the idea of revolts and rebellions of American society, I mean, hell, the communists get very, I mean, people support, when times are chaotic, people will support radical solutions, whether it's the Silver Legion or the communists or the socialists. But, even with all of FDR's and a lot of elite Democrats that were tending to socialism, even with all of that, 90+% of the Democratic voter, the people actually, members of the Democratic political party that register. You don't get a little membership card or anything, at least most places you don't. I don't know if you ever did. But you just go on, you just register as being at what party you are at the voter thing. You can say none, but you normally register what party. So the members of the party are, unlike Germany or other places, you actually go in and get a membership card. None of that is happening in America, just to let you know out there in the world about how America works back then. You just go in, when you register to vote, you can tick off what party you want to be. Each state has a list of known or registered parties that get it. You got to go through a process to be able to have an officially recognized party. You can have a party without it, just to have it on the ballot kind of thing, and have a nomination for your party member on a ballot. So you have to have enough people in the state of a particular party to qualify for the thing. Just to sort of explain. So you can go in and check off a box which party you're on. You can only be in one party. So 95% of the Democratic voters are not socialists. Well, they may believe in social welfare programs, feeding the poor, housing for people, all of that kind of stuff, women's rights, or whatever it may be, maybe social welfare programs, but they're not socialists. They do not believe, 95 of the Democrats, I would say, and I'm making this stat up, but I know it's very high, of the Democratic voters do not believe in the government owning the means of production. Sure, they're good with, the Norfolk Ordnance Department here making, a factory making torpedoes, and Springfield Armory back, not the modern company that has no connection to the original company, it wasn't a company. Originally, it was a government arsenal. It was a government arsenal manufacturing guns that goes out of business after World War II. I mean, they shut it down. No, it doesn't go out of business. That, they're good with, means of production for the Army to make the Army's guns in peacetime, because you only need so many of them. So they're making them in, at least most of the time they're making them in a Springfield Arsenal, ramping up for World War II. Yeah, Winchester, Colt, and other manufacturers start making Springfield pattern rifles. But so yeah, they do that kind of stuff. They're good with a little bit of that, but they don't believe in the government owning the means of production. So socialism, the socialists and the communists. Yeah, okay, yeah, and then they're throwing in Communist Party Stalinism, Socialist Workers Leninism, left-wing radical. Yeah, there is sort of a left-wing radical elements. Okay, so Progressive Party. If it's what I think it is, it should be a small sliver. I think this is just more of filling in the blanks that is standard in European stuff. The Republicans would be much larger than this. The Silver Legion, this America First Committee here, authoritarian, that does not exist until late 1939 or 1940, probably more of 1940, until the outbreak of war in Europe. The America First Committee does not exist. Authoritarian conservatism, that does not really exist in America at this time, even as an ideology. Republicans are social conservatives, but are much more along the idea of modern libertarians. Socially conservative, for sure. Well, but then if you look at the South, they're anti-social conservatives. I mean, they're radicals, because they're the ones that want to break up The Republicans are the the anti-democrats down in the South. Want to break up the social conservatives of the South. The old patriarchy system, as well as segregation. They're the ones who want to break that up. So yeah, there were a lot of strikes during the 30s. Yes, Vincent, we have been covering. There are a bunch of events covering a lot of the strikes. For better, one of the reasons Labor Management Relations Act was passed. Yes, well, yeah, but they're overdoing this. The idea that I need to send in military units, because none of them needed military units. None of them, to the best of my knowledge, got military units. It was always police, always the local police, as far as I know. Yeah, I know it's something to do, but it's just a distraction. And so, if you want to and part of it would be because I just other than having the annoyance of trying to squash these things, the only other thing I can see is modifiers here by let me come out somewhere out here where there's probably some industry with this. Okay, revolt risk up, so it's modifying the resource by 10%. Well, if you want to just say social disruption, whether it equals strikes or other reasons within the social system, fine. Just put an effect. Just give me Great Depression effect or something like that reduces resources by 10% or whatever it is, or factory output or something. Just give me an effect. Don't give me all this revolt risk crap, because it wasn't there, and that is unrealistic. As soon as I get going again, like carrier class advance. And we'll let that continue. We'll get our CVLs and CVEs. Medium armor designs have advanced. Okay, so now I think we actually have medium armor here. That's the first level. Yeah, we'll research heavy armor. Okay, so we can now allows construction of armor, and before Arno asks for it, let's go in and see Christie T3 tank for medium armor is what they're putting in as medium armor currently. We got a lot of upgrades to do. Once we hit that, we'll reduce reinforcements down to that. We don't need all of that supplies. We got plenty of supplies for the moment. And with that, I'll come here and see. Louisville, nope, they already have one producing. Now let's see what Indianapolis, yeah, so let's give them a couple of factories. And Toledo, Ohio, we'll do that as well. Move these guys back down to here. And let's come down here and move that to the top. Yeah, I beat you to it. Close air support prototypes. Technologies that I don't need now, because I don't need fighters now. Or whatever. We're doing as it's effective to research. It's technologies like better production that I could use now. Okay. Oh, I'm going to live without resource training, puppet fuel, stockpile, expand our mines. What level of our gold mine do we currently have? I don't know. We'll expand the gold mines. We'll get more gold. Don't we have gold here? Yeah, here. Mines investment. 3,000 money. That will hopefully produce us a lot more money later on. Okay, province lost. We're heading for a reckoning here. Yep, good. Okay, foreign engine transport plane. That decently done up. And naval bomber prototype, which I think will be grayed out. Yeah. Bomb loads. Okay, 37. Can do is come here and push on up to 1938 technologies. Okay, those are all 1939 for that. Those thickness 38 battles. Yeah, okay, so I think we're going to come over here. And yeah, we'll do armor thickness here. What's the fighter flavor model? Okay, and bomber. We can take a quick look there. Okay, our fighters, interceptors are the P shooters. The P-26Bs, basically those are museum pieces literally by the time the war's starting, almost literally. Curtis A8 strike, don't know what that is. A bomber, okay, the XB-15, so experimental flying boat, PBY-3 Catalina. Well, that doesn't come around until a little bit later, I don't think. Well, maybe yeah. This says PBY3, this is PBY2. Yeah, I think, I don't know. BT-1 here for naval bomber, medium bombers. Boeing B-9, yeah, close air support. That's Northrop A-17 light bomber. Oh, the Martin B-10 fighter bombers. Curtis A-3 Falcon, okay. Assault glider, yeah, that really wasn't happening yet. Earlier transport plane, Douglas C-42, okay. C-47 is what the British called the DC-3. So, all right, just give you an idea. Pause. Okay, Canada. +2 here. Okay, we'll do that, but we'll see about expanding trade. Okay, we won that. Nope, take those back. Okay, we've lost our better effects. We'll be seeing about expanding some of these effects so that we get back our build speed while maybe still selling some to our allies so that they have good building capabilities. Okay, armor support choices. Might as well pick that now. Probably going to do more or less standard stuff, but let's see here. Okay. This is for armored support brigades. Well, I think we're going to do engineers because I like engineers for these units. I think for this we will go with anti-air upgrades because I'm probably not going to be sticking air units into my armored divisions. And yeah, let's do additional artillery and anti-tank, which, yeah, sort of what I was thinking is for something like that here. Yes. For my armored brigades, my armored support brigades, I should say. Okay, Peru, no thank you. Okay, fighter ground crew training, very nice. Move that down to this. we'll try to get all of that up to date by the time we hit World War II. What, just, okay, pre-calculating artillery to... Okay, pre-calculating artillery. May end up talking about this more. What I think this is, I'm not good with math. I would not be a good artillery officer. To figure out how to shoot artillery, hey, thanks for following. To shoot at artillery from here to here, you got to calculate. We don't want to fire at the, or that's Monticello, I believe. Thomas Jefferson's home, I believe that's Monticello. From, sure, oh, well, I don't know. Maybe it's somewhere else. I don't know. But to shoot from here to here, you know, to shoot between two locations, it's not just, oh, they're that far away, so let's, you know, raise the gun up and point it at this angle. That's part of it, but part of it is what's your elevation and what's the elevation of the target. Part of it can also be your not just relative elevation, but actual elevation, in that I do believe with different air density thicknesses, and a lot of stuff goes into calculating that artillery. Well, what the Americans did, and you have to calculate it for every gun type, for every different type of ammunition that you're firing, and there can be various minor changes in ammunition. What the Americans did is they created a book and updated at different points that had all of those calculations in them, done and made, and all you had to do was sort of like look them up instead of going through all the math to figure it out in the field. And they sort of that's what I think the pre-calculated means, is that they create this book. That's something that the Germans don't have, to the best of my knowledge. The British only have it if they're using American guns, I think. So they do all these calculations, huge variables, kind of things that you sort of look up once you get the basic facts. And I'm sure I'm explaining it bad. Yes, Monticello. Hello, ZZ. I sort of know American geography and American history. I mean, you're used to me talking all about Germany and stuff, but yes. Okay. Yes, we want motorized. Yes, stronger unit. Low popularity. So now we're down to low popularity. A ready reckoner. Okay, I guess that's, yeah. No politics here. Yeah. FDR was much more popular than this. Like I say, you know, if you throw in American first, because, you know, social conservatives, yeah. I mean, so the Republicans, I'm trying to think of the Republican Party then, because, you know, I don't know if the creators were thinking of the party of Reagan or whatever, but the Republican Party then, you know, the Republicans start off with a party. They're not social conservatives. They're the radicals. They want to get rid of the old-timey Whigs, and they want to get rid of the patriarchal Democrats and the slave-owning Democrats, which are basically the same thing. Though patriarchal Democrats are sort of Democrats in the North, though, of course, the Democrats in the South are also patriarchal, but they're slave-owning. So the Republicans are the radicals within American elected politics. I'm not talking about, you know, 500 guys off over in the corner that want to do something radical, whether it's whether you want to consider it radical right or radical left at different points. But, you know, we're talking, you know, elected officials here, not just parties out there that have people have ideas, good or bad, but ideas that aren't there. They're not the social conservatives, the Republicans. But America, in many respects, though, is a socially conservative, you know, in the sense of very religious. But a lot of the people moving east are sort of the Republicans, and that want to get away from sort of the rigidity. So, in a way, this social conservatism, you know, look, FDR, to the best of my knowledge, is not a, again, to the best of my knowledge, I'm sure I'm getting something wrong here, is not an anti-segregationist Democrat. To the best of my knowledge, he never runs on an anti-segregationist platform. The Democratic Party is the controlling party in the South at this time, and FDR runs on it. As pointed out by people, we can click here with the Pentagon. The Pentagon is built, or was being built in like 1945. I mean, it's sort of planned and started as the War Department that then switches names to the Defense Department. During the war, it's the War Department, shall we say, is in a bunch of different buildings, and it is grown. And this is, and most of it's in Washington, D.C., where the Pentagon has crossed the river here in Alexandria here. It's just across the river. I mean, just barely across the river. Right on the edge, and the bridge is just right there. But it's outside of Washington, D.C. proper in that sense, the Pentagon. The Pentagon has twice as many bathrooms as it's supposed to have. Why? Well, it was built in Virginia. It's a federal building, but it's built in Virginia. And I think they basically have the same plans, same requirements in D.C. because it is D.C. is a very segregated place for segregation. I think talking to someone that for some of the black Union troops during the Civil War, they had to sort of station them outside of D.C. in like Maryland or something so they could arm them, have them have guns because they were troops. Weird stuff going on. But because it was built in Virginia, because of segregation, because you had to have colored bathrooms and white bathrooms. Now, supposedly, I gather, because I've never been to the Pentagon. I've never been inside the Pentagon. I could say that. I've been sort of there, but I've never been inside the building. I think they're both the same condition of bathrooms, but they build twice as many because they do colored and they do, white bathrooms. And this is done, it started under FDR, but he dies. So he is not an anti-segregationist. Now, his wife, Eleanor, very much pushes for anti-segregation in society, not just the military. And she's a champion of the colored units. I'm calling them the names that they were known for then, and not any sort of modern thoughts. I always use my language very carefully, so we're calling them colored units because that's what they were called. Whether it's the Tuskegee Airmen, of Red Tails movie fame, or other black units. The Army is segregated, the military is segregated. And FDR had plenty of opportunities to do this. Now, his wife is pushing an anti-segregationist, and they've already got, it was after World War I, but it was in the 20s, I forget what amendment it is, that has women vote as well as men. So that's already, voting women has already happened. But FDR is not anti-segregationist as far as I can tell. Or at least none of it, now what his personal views may or may not be, but it's all these Democrats that are Catholics that, my personal views on abortion is I think it's bad, but I'm going to vote for every pro-abortion amendment or article or thing, or vote against any judge who's going to restrict abortion. And so they claim to be good Catholics, but they vote for abortion. Whether you like abortion or you don't like abortion isn't the point here. They claim to be of a religious order, and they claim to be it's morally wrong. They claim to believe of a group that the Catholic Church that says it's murder, but then they vote pro, not just allowing it to happen, but give money to abortion processes. So all of the Democrat politicians that are Catholics, they're pro-abortion no matter what they say. So I don't know what FDR personally thinks. He has some close aides that are black, of course, but what he thinks of black people, I don't know, and I don't know what his writings say. But to the best of my knowledge, none of his party platforms are ever anti-segregation. He is never running on a Democratic ticket that is anti-segregation, and he is running often in places in which they are openly getting under his presidency, having people in white robes marching in support of the Democratic Party in the South, or in some places starting up in the North as the Ku Klux Klan moves into the North. The Ku Klux Klan is always an arm of the Democratic Party at this time. It is an enforcement arm of the Democratic Party at this time, and obviously it is a segregationist party. So he is never really renouncing or pushing against that, as far as I can tell. Okay, thanks, Greg, for hanging out. Great state to own a bathroom business. Yeah, lots of dollars making more plumbing or whatever, doing that kind of stuff. So, and I'm just pointing this out because the Pentagon is designed and built starting to be built. Because I think it's like completed in 47 or something like that. I forget the exact date, but it's only in the latter days of World War II as it's even being built. So this is something that isn't like pre-existing, is my point. And so socially, the Republicans, especially in the South at this time, most of the blacks are voting Republican, because the Republicans are the anti-paternalistic, anti-segregationist party. The Republicans have never been for segregation. Never. The Republicans have never, as a party history, ever been for segregation. What does flip is that the Democrats are always the paternalistic party in America, always. Or maybe they want to call them a maternalistic party, women power, but they are a paternalistic or maternalistic party, and they then push to get black support. They push for welfare benefits and other benefits like that the Republicans are against. The Republicans are against the welfare support. But they're never, ever, I mean, you look at the Republicans, they're the ones pushing against segregation, either in the South or in the North. So to call them at this time social conservatism, and I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, a lot of the elected officials, yeah, but I just compared to the Democratic social liberalism, because the liberal party at this time is the Republicans. They are more liberal, classically liberal. Let the people do what the fuck they want. The Democrats are the paternalistic. They're the authoritarian social party under FDR, meaning the social welfare, authoritarian social welfare party, where the Liberal Party, because they were not, no one would have really thought you were conservative by being a Republican at this time period. Well, you're probably against a lot of social welfare programs. So if you're talking social as being, okay, social welfare. If you're talking social welfare, the Republicans are, okay, the Republicans, see, if I was taking it, because there's like issues like women in the workplace, because although they've gotten the right to vote, obviously women are, not in the military in 1937. The women are, I'm not even like at all in the military, let alone, in their, they haven't yet, did not even have the wax and the waves and whatever else. So, and women in the workplace. So if you're talking those kind of social principles, yeah, okay, so I'll grant the idea, but liberalism, market liberalism, yeah, but the Republicans were very much not authoritarian. So I don't know, but a lot of the people that vote for here would have been because the America First Committee is, fuck no, we don't want to go to war again. No more wars. No more war. Unless somebody's attacking America, no war. They weren't really a disarmament party. They were a no foreign wars. Yeah. Yeah, but the Democrats had the large, um, large. We've lost. Oh, something got us more. Okay, don't know what that is. Let's up. Yeah, well, I don't know how you define words and what do you mean. I think to some degree those are more the 1980s or 1990s Republicans and Democrats. I don't know. Tank destroyers, yeah. Yes, we want tank destroyers. Absolutely, ZZ. Well, it's not for the millionth time. It was the second time. Um, and that's why America First as a movement disappears literally as any sort of movement in days, if not hours. Literally, I'm talking in days. It is gone with the attack on Pearl Harbor. And even though some elements very well may be some elements maybe sort of looking like, hey, the fascists and the Nazis aren't the worst people in the world. We don't need to fight them. But I really think that is and again, I'm not an expert on America First to know all the details, but at least all the rhetoric and all the stuff. See, unlike when I look at Germany or when I look at Italy or other things, I can't read their propaganda. I read translations of it. I read other people's opinions of it because I don't read German. I don't read Italian, but I do read English, and I do understand the way people talked in the 1930s. I watch a lot of movies from the 1930s. I love them. So I know the sort of how when they use a word, like if they say, hey, there was a gay party over there last night. I went to the gay party last night in a 1930s movies. They're not referring to anything homosexual. It's not even, they don't use gay as a sort of a closet reference to it, though there are closet references in movies to different homosexual things, but gay is still just a happiness thing there. So the way they use language, I understand how Americans used language in the 1930s, because the German language is changing under the Hitler regime. They're trying to standardize it, and it changes from the 1930s to the modern. So a modern German might interpret a word, the same word, same spelling, as a sort of a different meaning, if you will, between now and then of how they would have done it. So, but I understand the language of the 30s, where I'm maybe not great with the language of the 1830s in America or something like that. But the 1930s, I know the language and know how it functions. And so from what I've read of the America First, is very much not getting involved in foreign wars. It was, to the best of my knowledge, they're never like, oh, well, stop fund. They weren't like the Peace Party, like, we shouldn't fund the Navy. No, let's have a strong Navy, but keep it at home. Don't send it over to Europe or whatever. Don't send it maybe off to China. Keep it at home. Keep protecting America at home. Big Navy, big strong, but no foreign wars. That is very much how I see that. And so as soon as we're attacked in what is considered, it's American territory, and what is not considered a foreign location to Americans, it's just an exotic, where if it was sitting out in the Philippines, it might have had a bit of a different impact on America. If it was, if the same thing happened while the fleet was sitting in Manila Bay, just the exact same type of air attack, and it was the same ship loss, it might have been seen as a little different. But this was definitely seen as America, but not a state yet, and neither was Alaska. But both Alaska and America were seen. Alaska and Hawaii were both very much seen as America, just not populated enough yet to qualify for statehood. So it's considered more or less core territory. of America. It's not like the Philippines, which were a colony. They were a protectorate, and they were supposed to get their independence in 1945. That was the schedule, and they did. But that was it was scheduled even before the war to come out to get their independence. It was probably still sort of be a puppet state to whatever degree, but to be because they do have a local government already in the Philippines. There was a president of the Philippines, but it was specifically an American occupation, not just as it years later continued on with a major American air base and a major American naval base, but like under the Marcos regime, it was independent, but it's still, of course, an American puppet on the world stage. But internally, he was his own dictator and doing his own thing, as long as he didn't mess up too badly, either cause a revolution or cause problems to the Americans, he was allowed to run his own country. That wasn't the case during the 1930s with, the Philippines. The American administration was much stronger. The Americans were actually running what was the Philippines Army, meaning American officers were running the army, where that wasn't the case later. So, so literally in days, if not hours, and I'm not talking weeks or months, I'm talking days, the America First just falls apart. Because even though, because FDR asks for and gets a declaration of war upon Japan. And what might have been a problem if he had asked for a declaration of war on Germany, the America First might, but literally the next day, that America declares war on Japan, Germany declares war on America. So that just America First just disappears. The one Charles Lindbergh, he tries to get back into the Army, or the Army Air Corps, which he's blocked by FDR, personally blocked by FDR. Because it gets bumped because he's commander-in-chief, gets bumped all the way up to him, and he's blocked because he has been speaking against FDR's involvement both in things like Lend-Lease as well as involvement in the China War. He's been speaking against FDR so much that FDR personally blocks Charles Lindbergh from getting back into the Air Force. Now, Charles Lindbergh ends up fighting, shooting down a few Japanese airplanes during the war. But as a civilian, war crime, yes, war crime, American war crime. Civilian Charles Lindbergh flies and shoots down Japanese fighters. He's that good of a pilot. I mean, because he's an old, for a fighter pilot, he's an old man by 1943 or 44 is when he's shooting them down. But he's out there as a consultant for, I don't know if it was Lockheed or one of the companies, going around, and he was being a consultant / trainer, training the pilots how to fly their aircraft better and how to do fuel air mixture adjustments and whatever else. But because of who he is, he gets to go and flies and test some of the aircraft, and ends up in, they do record, I don't remember how many, I don't know if he quite makes ace or not, but he shoots down a few Japanese fighters in combat. So and so he is not anti-American or anti-war. Maybe not, I'm going to agree with all of his personal opinions on societies and things, but he is not a traitor to America. He is just very much not wanting to get involved in a foreign war. But Japan declares war, and then of course Germany declares war on America. So that is not an American war or a foreign war at that point. So America First just disappears as any sort of popularly supported political movement. It's just gone. Millennium. Okay. No. Okay, artillery focus. Yeah, we're going to do artillery and not rockets. Yes, you're right about that, IKB. The past is a foreign land. They do things differently there. And that is, like I say, I study the interwar period, and particularly, why particularly the 1930s more than the 20s? Well, talkies. I watch a lot of movies, but also newsreels from the 1930s that have sound versus before. So yeah, I read some books and articles from the 1920s, but I understand the 1930s better from various then it would have been, oh, we got too many. Okay, well, let's stop that extra stuff there. So I understand when somebody says something, what they mean. And yes, this was a big murder party Japan having in Nanking, and I would call it that, a murder party. Because it wasn't just collateral damage of civilians getting caught up in the fighting. Carrier aircraft prototype. Well, we're gonna. Iran. No, we're not trading with Iran. Coastal submarine class. I may build some coastal submarines just to get the practicals down quickly. Because I figure I could use them in places like out of Britain and run them, around here, or once I take ports, or once I'm in the war with Britain or something, get them here and run them around the Mediterranean a little bit. So they may be of some use. Okay, let's go back to carriers and make sure we're getting vertical protection improved. So coastal submarines are of some use, but we are definitely looking at a Pacific war with needing longer range operations. Okay. Yeah, that's great. War analysis. Yes, we're going to let that continue. And I think we will save the episode, or save the game here and end the episode. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. I'm having lots of fun. Again, everybody, if you just made it this far into it and you care enough about this series, do a reload and start it again and just turn the audio off. Get a second viewing of it. It will really help the YouTube algorithm that, hey, this was so good, somebody wanted to watch it twice and they're watching all this stuff. So really trying to keep this series going enough. I think it'll be interesting enough once we get into the war and we can see how we fight it out on multiple fronts, not just two fronts. It'll be multiple fronts. I'm thinking, do we invade Norway? Do we, once we get North Africa, do we try to push Italy, but do we also want to do sort of Churchill's soft underbelly that's not so soft, but pushing here? We'll see. I don't know what we'll do, but we'll see what we can do once we get into the war. But we need to have the viewers to make it happen. Thanks, everyone. Okay, I'll be right back. I want to grab a Ricola. Talking so much, and I'll be right back, and we'll continue this. So, those of you can hang out. Be back in just a moment. Almost back. Arno. I want to play something that people will watch. So I don't know what to do about Sundays, Arno. I don't know what to do about Sundays. I want to play things that people will watch. So I'm even thinking about doing Hearts of Iron 4 tomorrow. I'm not War Thunder. I don't know. Nobody's watching War Thunder. Hardly ever. It's mostly just those that are playing with me also have it on. So I don't know how to get viewers for that. And it doesn't. Enlisted doesn't seem to be any better, or it seems worse, and I don't have as much fun with Enlisted. So I don't know. I don't know, Arno. I don't know, people. So I don't know. Okay, let's get back and we'll make another episode here. I want to make one more, maybe a shortish one, but one more. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and I should be looking at the U.S.A. because we are playing the U.S.A. as part of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice. And it is now November 1937, so we're not moving as fast as we should. We're going to invest in our industry, I think. So let's do invest in industry, 10,000 money. Okay, oh, that'll help get rid of our. There we go. Okay. Industry. Okay, we're getting into ships again. Okay, export of copper. Bolivia, nothing. That was an easy choice. Pittsburgh. Okay, well, they could have both. West Virginia. Yeah, Charleston, West Virginia. Give them a factory. Okay, let's. Did I hit somehow? I don't want Pittsburgh. I didn't want steel. How did I hit those wrong? Okay, those are going. Did I just misread that? Pittsburgh. Oh, I did read those wrong. I read that as industry and heavy industry. Well, we'll just do an industry. Okay, and let's see where else then. We're not going to have that heavy industry. No, we can do it up here, and we can increase our firearms productions. Okay. And we want to make sure all of the ones that are partially completed, read those out first. Finland. Yes, you can have crude oil, Finland. Okay, Cuba. Yes, you can have metal. Copper, Mexico. Okay. Artillery, first batch of artillery deployed to. Okay, cool. Okay, we're down to copper level. That, yeah. Metal, yes, sure. Okay. Twin engine airframe research advance. Okay. That is there. Okay, we got that. Let's come back down to carriers. And we're pushing ahead. Let's see. Torpedo protection. Keep from being sunk by torpedoes. Okay, fighter bomber prototype, which should be no, but we'll stop that. Okay, I don't want to push on that just yet. Let's come bulkhead layout and torpedo boat class. Check that out. Okay, that's 36. We'll let that continue. More gold, yay. No, not to Japan. Not that much of an industry. Also, yeah, rare materials, yes, but not that much. Cast pilot training. Medium fuel tank. Okay, grayed out. We gotta leave, but let's get some of these training up now. Okay, another actual event. Okay, a 13-month strike called by the American Federation of Hosiery Workers to unionize the Berkey, I guess, as it was known, led to strife resulting in the death of worker M. Earl Schisnagel, injuries to dozens more, and destruction of plant and workers' property. But the plant never unionized. Well, if you destruction of the plant, how are you going to unionize a plant that gets destruction of the plant? I mean, if the plant is actually destroyed, it's the uprising bit that I disagree with. It's not that there was a strike and yeah. Okay, destroyer crew training and cruiser damage control. Okay. I don't know. I don't know that we're going to do this because see, it'll make the battleships and coastal battleships and super heavy battleships and battle cruisers, pocket battleships, and heavy cruisers less visible, so meaning harder for them to detect on their own, and better for convoy attacking. But positioning, as in when they come to fleet battles, worse. So we're not going to do this. We're going to stay away from this because I'm going to use submarines for that. And we could even put capital ships as raiders, but without the bonuses. But the capital ships, we're going to try to control the sea, not raid the sea with them. So we're going to avoid using that. Okay, CAG. Carrier air training and cruiser damage control. Let's check out cruiser damage control. Yeah, we can let that go. Guatemala, fine. Okay. Venezuela, no. Yeah, metal. No, no. Okay, zinc. Okay, China, you can have zinc. I didn't even look for it. China is in a war, and if zinc's going to help you out, go for it. I don't know how much it's going to help though. This stage. Okay, so let's see how do we interpret this here? Okay, no, this is how we interpret this. Okay. I guess this is how we're interpreting it. So we're going from economic focus stage 2/3. So that I guess we're getting slower armor build speeds. Okay, I'm not entirely understanding that, but I guess he was going from stage 2 of 3 to stage 3 of 3. But over here, we are getting from 2 to 3, we're getting less manpower, but much more ICs, supplies, and efficiency, land build speed down. So this I understand is getting better. I don't understand why the other is getting worse, but all right. Okay, merchant marine subsidiaries. Okay, 15,000 monies. We get that. U.S.A. ships is that one I need to move to the top again? Yes. Okay, so escorts and convoys. Very good. Italy launches a battleship. Australia wants some S-class submarines. Okay. Oh, right. It's after the first of the year. Yes. Okay. Espionage focus. We're going to continue doing political spying, which would be unconstitutional in America. But hey, we're the Democrats, so it doesn't matter. No one will do anything to us because we're the Democrats. 200 supplies. Cool. Let's fuel stockpile. Maybe this is what we should have done. Well, okay, so we're getting a lot of fuel from the Philippines. Fine. Okay. We have plenty of fuel, but whatever. And we want to do long term. I think. I know I didn't check, but I think we want to do long term. Yeah, we want to do. I'm pretty sure we don't want to do mining. So I don't know that we're going to need oil, energy, or metal. We definitely don't need them now. We went with agriculture just to continue to build up our manpower early on and to continue through that. I normally don't do that first off. Expand the mines. No, well, because we have the reduction of 10% on manpower and 15% on ICs. And I hear you, IKB, but we've got maxed everything except for rare materials, and we're still growing on rare materials. So we don't need, if we ever do need more, we can do it, but we don't need any more oil, fuel, or metal. We just don't need that. So I don't see, why we would need that. Germany normally doesn't need metal or energy, but does need crude. So I do that sometimes with Germany. Okay, railroad tycoon we might do. I don't know if IKB likes railroads or something. Land mines. Strategic resource mines, yeah. Oh, well, if you're talking about these other ones, we can talk about that. The other mining things. But here with these, it's either national highways or see, I see, because now national highways is 1%, 5%, where railways is 2% and 10%. So we might be able to do both, but this didn't really, for America, didn't happen until after the war, the national highways. They had, I think, one highway in California before the war, that you would consider a highway. There may be something back east, but very little. But Railway Tycoon, we're going to go for Railway Tycoon. Okay, Railway Tycoon. That's what we want. Yes, of course. I knew you were going to go yes. So yes, money, supplies, metal. We have enough of that. Now, if you're talking about investments, mining, okay. We have a fair amount. So let's see, of the aluminum, copper, molybdenum, and zinc. I think we're at 4. Copper, we're at 3. Molybdenum. Probably do that. And aluminum, we're at 3. So yeah, let's do molybdenum. No, I'm butchering the pronunciation. Molybdenum. Okay, 2,000 money. Let's do that. We'll up our capacity of production of that. And Navy acts for money, sure. Yes, export. No, not to Japan. Panama. Okay, Railway Tycoon. Yay. Yes, you can have that. And with more resources, let's go with carrier horizontal protection. And what else to do? Anything more here? Light AA maybe, but no, carrier hangar. We should do carrier hangar. Okay. Germany has got Austria now. So it's now the Grossreich, the Great Reich. Cruiser warfare has advanced. That is over here. Okay, 39. Yes. We're going to do some. Right. Okay. Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938. Okay, Agriculture 1938 was legislation in the United States that was enacted as an alternative and replacement for the farm subsidies policies in previous New Deal farm legislation, Agriculture Adjustment Act of 1933, that had been found unconstitutional. It also responded to the success of the Soil Conservation and Domestic Allotment Act of passed in 1935. The act was the first to make price support mandatory for corn, cotton, wheat, to help maintain sufficient supply in low production periods, along with marketing quotas to keep supply in line with market demand. It establishes permissive support for butter, not better. I should read these. Supports for butter, dates, figs, hops, turpentine, rosin, pecans, prunes, raisins, barley, rye, grain sorghum, wool, winter cover crops, seeds, mohair, peanuts, and tobacco for the 1938 to 1940 period. Interesting that tobacco's in there. Okay. Rings are made of steel that is made of iron that comes from mine, so iron mine equals trains. Okay. What do I want to say about this? We're definitely, because they don't pick cotton by hand anymore, at least not in America. So that's gone. They have machines that pick cotton now. And so during this time period, you are definitely moving from maybe large scale in the South, that would be considered industrial, but how do I want to put this? Move from muscle-powered farming, whether human or animal, to whether it's steam engines or what is really coming by this period very much so, internal combustion engine farming, tractors plowing fields, that kind of thing. More and more harvesting of foods by motorized internal combustion engine powered farming. The problem you have, and the problem for farmers with that more industrialization, is that you can overproduce on food. And so the food prices crash. Well, that can be very damaging to farmers because with the needs to make fairly large investments in things like tractors and other stuff. So it's no longer, a farm with a mule and somebody who's farming it and then tries to get more labor for the harvest or something, short period, high activity labor. If the market falls out on your food, well, okay, it's not good. I'm not trying to say it's good, but yeah, you're mostly producing enough food so you can eat. You sort of survive the bad times. And also, you normally have a lot more labor working on the farms to produce the food. But with industrialized farming in America, and once we get also along with, though a lot of it's now gone overseas, but industrially made fertilizers, which are sort of Germany is pushing ahead on that. Same type of process you used to make explosives too, but hey, that's another thing. So you can produce more food in America than you have people can eat it. And the biggest limitations for food in America is water, quite honestly. There is a problem because I have family know some of this part. They're pumping out a lot of water from the aquifers in this part of America that there is concern over in the next 40 or 50 years. They may drain out some of the aquifers because we're able to pump out so much water. And that could be a locally environmental problem to create another Dust Bowl. And, as they did soil conservation, is the situation with the Dust Bowl, is the idea that you need to conserve the soil and you need to handle it. So for a nation, any nation of any size, you need to have a food supply. Now, in the independent, now it wasn't back then, but now the independent nation of Singapore has no capacity to feed itself. It cannot. It cannot grow enough food on a small island for its population size, and it cannot catch enough food from the sea, in its mighty territory here. Theoretically, it could have huge fishing fleets to go somewhere out in the world, and they could eat lots and lots and lots of fish, but it really internally does not have the food supply to support itself. So, but it needs to have food. So, yeah, it would be easy to cut Singapore off and starve it to death as a nation and get it to surrender. So, but even something like that to I don't know if you really want to go imperial, but I sort of kind of big empire of America, and it's continuing to this day in which you have let the free market. Well, but you see, okay, but the problem is I get the free market to fix it, but And that's what people will argue. We're probably gonna get the strategic effect here, but I'm also commenting on my thoughts on America and its activities. The problem with the free market is that farmers will look at it and go, "Hey, yeah, well, let's pick something here. Pecans. Let's say their field can grow wheat, it can grow rye, it can grow grain sorghum, and it can grow pecans, let's say. Let's say it can grow all of those. Pecans were really got a lot of profit. They were really expensive last year. Let's grow pecans. And so everybody, or not everybody, but a large number, maybe not even the majority, but a large number of farmers in whatever area decide to grow pecans. And I don't even know, are they a plant or I'm sort of guessing they're a plant, but maybe they're from a tree. Where prunes are trees, so they take a long time to grow. Prunes, you got to grow a tree. Where raisins are grapes, grapes, you got to sort of get the vines growing to get them. But dates and figs are trees. So some of those take longer to get going. But especially things like peanuts and grains, you can switch between them a lot. And some of them are needed for, could be like cotton needed for clothing or other. Hemp, yeah, I know pot, but hemp for rope. That depending on what you want to grow, you can have people that go, pecans, let's go pecans. And then the market falls pecans falls down, and you get not enough wheat grown, say, to meet the needs of the people. Now, I know in a modern world that we live in today with computers and whatnot, that all of the Kellogg's cornflakes and other, bread manufacturers and other things could all place in orders, and so they can know 5 years out from now how much wheat they want and how much corn they want and how much of this they want, and contract with farmers. You could definitely do it a lot better now with computerized setups than you could before IKB. But because you are talking about sometimes long term in growing a tree or getting you don't raisins or grapes, but you don't get a grapevine growing in a season. You got to grow grape fields. We have them here in California, so I know a bit about them. Good qualities or some of the best quality is going into grapes, as well as wines, and some of the other qualities are turned into raisins, dried grapes. But you get the idea that it takes a while to get these things going. You don't change by season. So to deal with this, and you have to look at, for whatever nation, you have to secure your food source. And like I say, America has enough farmland to feed a hell of a lot more people than are in America. And we have moved to the ability to industrially produce so much of these goods that one of two things will happen, or that can happen depending on the time. One, the market, or people who need to invest and need to be able to function, you have to have the proper farm machinery, and you can't not have that farm machinery and save up to get it. Meaning you can't, I'm just going to work this farm by hand for 20 years, save up and get big farm combine machines and some tractors that pull plows and whatever, get all this machinery, do it by hand and save it up. You have to have the land, whether, and yeah, I know if you get in, a lot of farms are being taken up by suburban sprawl out of cities, but trust me, there's still huge amounts of farmland out here. And you know what? Either people don't have children or their children don't want to be farmers, and they move to the city. And so somebody sells that farm. And who's going to buy it? Could be, and this is a negative, monopolies are negative things. Duopolies, just two, are negative things. You don't want all of your farms to be owned by 10 farm owning companies, BlackRock or whoever might be. I don't know if they own farms. They probably do. You don't want, just 10 agricultural owning companies in America. You want large numbers of individually owned farms, independently owned, but are economically viable in that they can have all of the industrialized equipment to work it. It's no longer people, this is picking cotton, but no longer people out there doing a lot of hand picking. You want to, I know some of the fruits may still need it, but they got more and more machines out there that'll shake the tree, and if they shake the tree at the right time, all of the right fruit falls off of it, but the tree's fine. They may come back by in a few days later and shake it again with a catcher underneath it and get the, more and more mechanization. But you need to, and so somebody's going to hopefully be able to, who wants to be a farmer and not just have it in a few big companies, to be able to go in and, I want to buy that farm. And so they got to make it, so they're probably going to have a loan to do it. And now a bank who knows, oh, well, hey, the farm's profitable. It's just that the people who owned it are getting old and are going to, live in an old person's home. They can no longer run it, and they either have had no children or all their children wanted to learn to code and be, game programmers and have left. So none of the family want to continue it. So they're selling the farm. And hopefully, and so it's not being sold because it doesn't work. And so anybody who has, and so somebody goes, hey, I've worked on my father's farm all my life, but my older brother's going to inherit it. I want to buy a farm. Loan me the money to buy that farm over there, and I'll own that farm, and I'll be able to pay it off to you because look, we can look at all the balance sheets on it, and it'll work. And so if you let the market figure it out, some years they're going to go, I can't pay you, bank. Can't pay you because I planted wheat when I should have been planting rye or barley or whatever it is. Or of course you also have, environmental problems, not enough rain, too much rain, tornado comes through, but that could be insuranced, but even that still costs. But let's just say, so what you should try to do, because it is of a national interest to feed your population, okay? You need to be able to feed your population. That there's a national interest. You shouldn't go, well, fuck it. If all the farmers go out of business, no problem. We'll just buy wheat from Russia or China because it's cheaper. Wheat from Russia is cheaper than wheat grown in America anyways, so we'll just buy all our wheat from Russia or wherever. Let's say they get the Sahara going green and it's cheap African wheat from North Africa again. Yeah, like it was in the Roman, Roman Empire period. We'll just import it from Tunisia. No, we have a national self-interest, and this could go for, try to get to Central America here. This could go for El Salvador or Nicaragua or any other country. Go, well, why don't we, let's say, well, instead of growing it in Nicaragua, we'll import cheaper Mexican whatever. Now some things won't grow in Nicaragua that you'll want to import, but it's just something like that there is a national interest. And there's also a national interest to not just have a few megacorps owning 80-90% of farms. So what you need to do is you need to create a predictability. You need to create the idea that we're not going to overproduce on food so that the market value won't plummet out of food, so that you lose your farm. So because you have to be able to, because even if you somehow, I saved up the money, I learned to code and I did a lot of coding, but my dream was to own a farm someday, and so after 10 years of being a successful programmer, I have enough cash to go buy the farm. but all the farming equipment is all, that included in the farm is going to be junk in 2 more years. They got to buy new farming equipment just because it's too old. And we can talk about planned obsolescence and other manufacturing problems. Yeah, fine. But let's just say you're going to need to invest in farming equipment at some stage. And you want to be able to pay it off over 10, 20 years. And the banks need to know that, hey, yeah, so long as, there's programs that's going to be a safe investment. I'm going to get my money back. They're going to have insurance on for bad years for bad harvests or whatever, and it's going to be profitable because it's a national security issue. Food is a national security issue for every single nation on the planet. America has the ability to always have enough food if we're planting it right. It's not like because we're big enough that if we have, a storm that destroys all of the food in these 3 states, well, we've got plenty of food from other states to bring it in. It's not, there isn't going to be a storm big enough to kill all the food and have America starve, really. But you can have disruption. Okay, that's one thing. So you need to have it profitable enough. On the other hand, it is also with urbanization of society, it is also a national good to not have, at least culturally, what is a staple food become too expensive, either because of scarcity or because of cost of production. So certain products that either you have actual government and I don't know what it might be, but let's just say eggs. Let's say the government will give the farmer 10 cents for every egg he produces, as well as whatever he sells it for, because otherwise the egg would be too expensive for the end user. And we make that national thing, meaning making every egg 10 cents cheaper when it gets to the store. So long as they're selling it within a certain price range, whatever. Or it could be, hey, if you're producing eggs, we're going to reduce your tax burden. So you don't have to pay as much taxes, because we want eggs in every household in America to have eggs. And we want, whether they're rich or whether they're poor, we want to do that. And that's a decided national characteristic. This could be something like for China and rice. They want to produce rice in China, partially because of their geography, lots of mountains, so they have lots of small fields, so you can't just get big tractors and run them around. They have a lot of little tractors and little sort of walk behind tractors kind of things to be able to do some of this stuff in it. And because they don't want it to also be again, major corporately owned. They have a lot of small owned. So they've decided to protect Japanese quality and Japanese rice from huge, cheaper imports of rice from other parts of the world. And part of it is also a strategic, so that it's grown in Japan and not just grown in Vietnam. And then, oops, there's a new Khmer Rouge kind of thing that takes over and wants to kill 3/4 of the population and kill everybody who knows how to grow rice, just because if you know how to grow rice, you're an evil person, or something that may happen. Whatever it may be, they want to have a certain amount of internal production within Japan of rice. I know they do. So they have that as a national good. So we might say something like, in America, we want to have eggs affordable for all Americans and have a big enough production, and we want them to be produced in America. So we are going to protect our egg farmers, if you will. And we want that to happen. So I understand let the free market fix it. I understand TIK's market decisions, but we also have the national good for a predictability in food and predictability in production. So should that be price fixing and price controls everywhere? No. but it should also not be purely let the market solve it. So I don't know enough about, because the earlier one was found unconstitutional, like I was talking about some of the interstate commerce clauses of what the federal government can do. So yeah, some of this is probably overly done too much, but we have to see. We're supposed to be role-playing. Pumping too much groundwater can cause subsidence as the ground dries up and contracts. Yeah, I get you on that, and we definitely see, I know of subsidence in the greater Los Angeles area from pumping too much oil. And the idea of in certain areas near the harbor areas where they were pumping oil out into the harbor, the fire hydrants were like 3 feet higher in the street or next to the street because the ground sunk about 3 feet. Yeah, that can happen, but that really isn't. It's sort of actually very deep situation of water here in the west. Hello, Ragar. Pecan is a type of nut. Yeah, but it's some nut. I don't know if there's a tree nut. I don't know. Probably. What about dust storms and destruction of soil? Wouldn't that reduce arable land? Yes. Well, we did have the Great Dust Bowl, Ragar. That is earlier than 38, and it is because of this is the Great Plains out here. Don't know if we have a good map that shows this, and it's grassland, and they turn it into plowed farmland. And it dried up, and it turned into a huge dust bowl, and it's hugely worse. It is a. I mean, it was killing people. It was that much dust, and people were literally trying to survive day and night with literally wet cloths over their mouths because of the dust, and had to get out. It was that bad, and these were huge areas of the state. They've now dealt with a lot of it by at the edges of fields planting trees and things like that to fix the situation a bit more. Here there is plenty of water around, but it is not necessarily plenty of rain. So the distinction in that there is a lot of, and the continental divide goes, you can sort of see it here on these rivers, sort of right along like this. So there's a lot of water running down some of these major rivers. I mean, hell, the Mississippi is not, I don't think the biggest flow in the world. I think maybe the Amazon is of water out, but it is one of the top, I don't know, 4. I know the Ganges is a massive flow out of water, but it is one of the biggest flows of water, and obviously this is a third or more or half or more of the Mississippi out here, because it also gets a lot of water from over here. But there's a lot of water, but it's not well spread out, and it's not like on the East Coast here where you have lots of rain, or like in Britain where you have lots of rain. Britain is more of a drainage problem in most cases, meaning what to do with the overwater coming down, than it is a lack of water. Here it can be a lack of water, but we've been able to industrially pump it from deep or pump it out from rivers to areas nearby, capture it as it flows by. But then you have, if the Democrats don't, we do have water problems in California. A lot of it is because we need a lot of water down here, but we have a fair amount of water up here. This sort of Central Valley here, probably going to be wrong, but I think that the population of the United States during like World War II, you could feed all of America out of the Central Valley. There is a lot. Now I know we are having certain water problems, and there's been certain drought situations as well recently in California, and recently as in the last 10 years or so. But those are sort of seasonal droughts, meaning seasonal as in like, and it isn't global warming, people. It's really as a coming to figure this out. It's sort of like this is going on a bit longer than normal, but it's like it happens for like normally for like a 5 or 10 year pattern or something, and then it goes back to like a 20 or 30 years of good rain, and it's a weird sort of El Nino pattern with various conditions out here, and it's more of a regional situation here. Hi, GAYK. Good to have you here. I know you've been here for a moment. And hey, Beam Slam. So, the U.S. the terrain is so varied between California's great growing, and it's all, as you can see. This is the Sierra Mountains here. This is the Rocky Mountains. It's sort of part of the Rocky Mountain range, if you will. But the Sierra Mountains here. If you're talking, this side is very green. Here, if you go this side of it, it is very not green, as you can sort of see desert here. That's actually Death Valley. I do have the California picture mod. Okay, El Centro. That's what this desert looks like down here. That is actually one of the pictures I added. Riverside, you can sort of see Oceanside, Coachella, where the weird thing is. Needles. Now, this really isn't this sort of Sahara desert. Death Valley does have some, and there is some sand dunes out in some of this, but mostly I'm trying to see it. Okay, that's Vegas. I don't know if that's Boulder Dam. Prescott. No, Prescott is. I've been to Prescott. My dad lives in Prescott. No, it's more like this. This is the California desert mostly, meaning that there's sand down here in between the bushes, but these are sagebrush and it's dry and it's desert. But may get a bit more sand duney out here, but it's more like there. Now Carson City, that's up in the mountains and that's very pine forests. But yeah, this does become a bit of a desert out here, but this becomes more mountainous and green here. So you got an agricultural fertile valley that this is a valley because there's mountains here, hills, tall hills, small mountains, but all along here very little snow. I mean, you got to get up into the mountains to get snow, but this sort of coastal plain area here is a very, very green area and very, very good agricultural growing, and won't have a dust bowl here. Here it will in the Central Plains, but you get over to sort of Illinois and east of the Mississippi, you're talking lots and lots of water, and you won't have dust storms because of it. You will have, now, destruction of soil, as they mentioned here. You will, because part of it, because literally the soil, because of the lack of grass covering, because when you plow up things, you turn it to dust and there's no plants on it, and it dries out, it turned to dust. So the good topsoil was being blown away, literally. Out here, where you talk, it's more soil exhaustion. But America, I think they did some crop rotation early on in some of these parts, but America, unlike Europe, is fairly newly cultivated for proper farming. So they didn't have the soil lack of fertilizer. They didn't have soil exhaustion going on too much in America, and just at about probably the time that would start hitting, they started importing fertilizer, guano, bird shit, from Chile, and then German developed chemical fertilizers come into play, and so we've been able to chemically fertilize to keep all of our crops without needing to do crop rotation, and keep the soil from having destruction because of too much farming on it. So yeah, and so whatever bad with weather might happen in one area, like sometimes winter gets so bad down here that orange crops freeze and the oranges on the trees freeze because it's really bad and whatever, but it's just fine over in California, so we have oranges still. I mean, so it's varied enough that either Florida or California is producing enough oranges for America, and they'll just go up a little bit more expensive. So yeah, so we need you know, however much, and again, I appreciate the people, the market, and I'm not against, as you can probably tell, markets, but you have national security interests. So you need enough mean, tough guys with guns to keep anybody else from taking your land away, but you also need to have enough food. Right. So, enough pontificating. Okay, we'll lose dissent. Well, we don't have any dissent right now. And we'll gain popularity in organization, or no need to, we'll gain dissent. So we'll do this just as playing the game. But I don't know enough about that act. I mean, obviously it's replacing one that was bad enough that they said found unconstitutional. Like I was saying earlier on, Agricultural Adjustment Act. Okay, more supplies, less consumer goods during wartime and peace. We're already at 0, so that doesn't help us so much. It doesn't hurt us, but we'll do that. Get that help. Focusing. Well, okay. No, I know it's just January 38th. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to move those to the bottom because we can build the aircraft later. They just sort of build the aircraft to get on the ships at the right time. We'll allow some ship production to go into effect. We can do heavy bomber crew training. Gun ability be here. It's just you can have toaster manufacturing companies. People that make toasters go out of business. Have four toaster manufacturers all come in, start making toasters, and they all go out of business because the market could only support 2 toaster manufacturing companies, but they all take out loans and they all do this stuff and they all go out of business. And okay, so what? For a couple of years, there's no new toasters being made in your country, and they figure things out. But to go for a few years without food is a problem. We can do damage control. Yeah. So I'm all for markets. Markets are the best way for most things most of the time. But some things need to be. Germany, Treaty of Munich. They're already pushing into, well, okay, January 38. Yeah, a little early. I mean, 6 months or more, but yeah. Submarine crew berthing. Actually get beds for our submarine crew. Okay. Damage control. And so, if as much have it as much market as possible while still making sure that convert that over to horizontal. We are in 38. So okay, let's not go to 39 just yet. We can do battleship armor thickness. That would be good. Still more. Hello, Sebastian. Good to have you here. I didn't see you when you first showed up. Okay. Getting all the screws and rudders for carrier improvements. I don't know. I picked the wrong carrier, open hangar versus closed hangar. I'm not sure of the terms, but that's what they meant by that. Okay. Heavy cruiser. Let's do engines. Get that going. Along the Neutrality Act, yes. Cruiser crew and training. Now we can start doing 38 technologies here if we have any that we want. No, I guess we'll. Career escort. I don't know. About Britain, we want to use our submarines our destroyers aggressively and not just against submarines. Okay, import of zinc to Australia. Okay, zinc. How much zinc do we currently make? Okay, we're at 4. Yeah, okay, we can do that. We'll trade with Australia. And battle cruiser armor thickness is advanced. Battle cruiser. Okay, we just did battle ship. Where's battle cruiser? Okay, 35. Okay, well, we're back there. I guess we'll let that continue. And Denmark, yes, you can have energy. Okay, that looks. Oh, choose a focus. We're going to choose focus for our puppets. Choose industrial focus. I think we're going to continue to do army. I hope it's good for them that they continue to build their army up. Don't need the Philippines to do Navy or anything like that. Air Force maybe, but probably just have America do that for them. And I don't need more resources. I don't think I need more industrial capability. I don't know for them. But more troops, more units would be nice. All right, well, I think we're going to end this episode here. I really do appreciate hanging out with you. I've been having fun talking about American society back then. I talk so much about German society as I understand it, but this is sort of fun to talk about the good and the bad. There's segregation rampant here, in America. It's not perfect. I'm not saying that at all, but it's still a lot better than most places on the planet, I would say. So, even back then, and even for the Black Americans, how they would have been treated in other countries wouldn't have necessarily been any better, or would have been worse. So, especially if you were talking about a large population of them, not just 5 of them making it to Canada or something, but if you were talking a large population, because we can see. I don't know about Australia or New Zealand and the Maoris at this time, but I don't think the Aborigines of Australia would have considered their treatment very, very good back then. It might not have been as formal as segregation in America, but I would say that probably not so great. So in comparison to other places, it's not necessarily so bad. Like Island, except it's too little wood. Oh, Iceland, I think you mean. Yeah, Island. Yeah, Iceland. Yeah. Okay, thanks everyone. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron and me babbling on in the future. Hey Arno, if you have time, can you get into Discord and we can talk about getting the Facebook stuff set up? I think you meant Iceland. Two Little Woods. I've never been to Ireland, but I've been to Scotland, and there's a fair amount of woods in Scotland. I think there's a fair amount of woods over here too. I've been to Wales. There's lots and lots of woods in Wales, so I don't know. Oh yeah, hello, Javondas Phonique. Yeah, definitely better than Sub-Sahara Africa, even for the colonial periods. And we're not, Rhodesia, South Africa. Now, apartheid officially didn't start until after World War II, but I'm sure there wasn't, there was some sort of segregation, whether how formal or whatever it was. Oh yeah, no, it's just. Oh, sorry, you can't. Okay, well, hopefully, maybe tomorrow you can help me out then, if you can get on with before or after War Thunder. We can get on and try to get that going tomorrow, Arno, if you can. Whenever you can, just let me know. Thanks, Arno. But yeah, so yeah, I'm not saying it's perfect, and I'm not going, hey, it's just fine that we did what we did. No, it's the realities of the period, and it's still, I think, better than like the treatment of blacks and treatment of criminals. You know, you can I know I'm still going here. Sullivan's Travels, very good movie. Veronica Lake is the main woman on it, and I'm Joel. I forget. Very good movie where he goes and sort of be he's a movie star, but wants to go live the life of a hobo to get to learn to be able to star in a movie or something. And so he goes off and gets away and gets picked up and gets like put on a chain gang and whatnot in, you know, down here in the South, and talking about criminal justice going on. Yeah, pretty rough, pretty damn rough. And I don't support the way they were treated. And it was partly a message within this movie that people are treated pretty damn rough and not the way I would want them to be treated. But still, that's probably a lot better than criminals, whether rightfully or wrongfully charged and convicted of a crime. Probably still better than a lot of criminals were dealt with in much of the rest of the world. So so even if you can't find a good unit composition German playthrough, we can look at my my 11.1 playthrough. I don't know if it's changed much, and talk some of my videos on that. Pring Jory. I have some videos on some of the stuff, so I don't know. You ought to check it out on my YouTube channel. If you don't know it, it's just scroll down. It's gamer_1745 on YouTube. I got lots of German playthroughs and things, so check that out if you haven't already. If you haven't already, please follow the channel on Twitch. U.S. is great in many ways, not perfect. No place is perfect, but I'm trying to judge America in the 1930s versus everywhere else in the 1930s and that kind of stuff, and not judge it versus today or even versus 100 years before. It's just what it was then. And I think it's not perfect. Not perfect. Nope, not going to say that at all. But it's better than most. And there may be a few places that are better, but not big places. Not if you take like the British Empire as a whole. We're not talking about, it was much better in like northern Scotland or something. Well, maybe, but not the British Empire as a whole. Was definitely not a better place than America. Because you've got to look at Africa, India as the part of the empire. America was better. America was better. So yeah. Okay, thanks everyone. I'll be back tomorrow, probably with War Thunder, but I'm thinking about other things. And then Thursday for Valor and Victory, and then back again next Saturday and Sunday. So I hope to see you guys then. And of course, like I say, check out my YouTube channel. See you guys. Thanks everyone.